You see me in chat? New screen coming up. Oh, tell me the stream is gonna work this time. Okay, now, now I have to go back and delete the other stream. It's like sometimes, some mornings, it does not want anything to do with me. Sometimes Streamlabs is like, I want nothing to do with you. If you can see me right now, hopefully you can see me in stream right now. Give me just a second here. I've got some technical stuff going on in the background here. Technical issues. Stream like this on Monday. Like if Streamlabs takes a weekend off, it is not happy. Like you give Streamlabs a couple days off. They come in on a Monday sometimes, and it's all fucked up. All the cameras are fucked up. The like all my audio is dead, and it's just like, sorry, redo all of this. I'm like, okay, let's do it. And then trying to get live this morning has been a challenge in and of itself. Let me see. Sort by news. Let's get this thing fired up and going. You guys had enough time to read that. Subscribers only. Any duration. Save. And then we got this right here. Top chat. We're going to go to live chat. Yeah, I apologize for that. Let's try this live stream again. Yeah, I think it's I don't know if it's that I don't stream like on the weekends. If I take a couple days off, come back in and on a Monday, and it oftentimes NVDA. Oftentimes, for some reason, Streamlabs will reset itself. Resets all my cameras, resets audio stuff. Live stream. And then the stream doesn't actually post. It like kicked me off this morning. So we'll see how this one goes. If we have any issues again this morning, if the stream ends or the stream health dies, something like that, I'll try to reset the router and the whatever the fuck it is. Good morning. Hope you all had a great weekend. Everybody had a wonderful weekend here. I'm going to set up some stuff for you this morning. I do want to let you know that there was a news piece this morning. Traders are betting on a hawkish Fed as May hike odds revert to 50%. On Monday morning, traders placed hawkish bets on Federal Reserve policy and secured overnight financing rate options and federal funds futures. As implied by swaps, the odds of rate hike at the U.S. Central Bank's May meeting rose back towards 50-50. And all I can think about is the nightmare that's become, well, you know, it's like the thing where they say, you know, always trust the bond market. And bond market is your best bet to what's you know, like they're the smartest market, right? And yet the Fed's fund rate futures are trading like a fucking penny stock, right? To some extent. I mean, they're about as useless as tits on a bull right now. Hold on a second here. No use at all. Well, hold on here. It is end of month, end of quarter as well. I'm not going to expect as much as some of you might be expecting this week. I was wondering that. I was wondering what your expectations were for this week. First thing to consider, 393.63. You know, like summertime, uh, like holidays in the summer months. This week is I've spent many of these weeks skiing. 391.49. Myself and 391.49. And I know that the people that I've skied with are usually people with. Wait a minute here. What am I trying to do here? The people that I ski with are usually New Yorkers. they usually make a lot of money. They're usually from New York, and it's usually at a place like Vail. And these people are 391.49. Now I've heard. I always like when you'll hear like someone will claim that they work at a hedge fund, and they'll be like, everybody's been told to have their laptops open during this vacation. I always find that funny. I'm like, you super serial? But this week specifically, a lot of people take vacation. My point here is that you may not take vacation, but other people do. Like people with real jobs, real lives, families, all that kind of stuff. It's one of those times of the year where I'm not going to expect as much as you might be expecting out there this coming week. I'm going to expect some positioning. 387.22. Now we do have, we are unbound at this point. I guess I should say that is that we are unbound by we can move more due to the options market here heading into the end of month, end of quarter. But typically in the quarter, I'm not looking for anything too crazy, like crazy town stuff. Like we're going to burn to 3,600, something like that. 35.05. All right, we got some movement here, though, right? And we'll talk about the triggers where those are, and we'll talk about positioning for the next quarter. That's going to be a big one for us this week. Let's see here. R1 397.93. Right there, good enough. And we also have something fascinating to talk about today, which is 410. Right there. How bullish we are right now heading into this end of quarter. We're very bullish here. 404.37. Right there. We're going to talk about triggers right now. Let's do some triggers for everybody. And this is where the keys lie right here. 396.36. Come on now. Move that out of the way. 396.36. It's your daily trigger right here. This is kind of like a key thing for you. All right. This is your daily trigger. When price is above the daily trigger, we're bullish. We're supportive. And you buy dips. That's a very key thing to understand here. Now, the most bullish would be when the hourly trigger is above the daily trigger. When you see this line above here, it's the most bullish. And I've shown you tickers with this configuration. NVDA, Apple all showed you similar setups where Tesla did not. And you saw the runs that those tickers went on the past couple weeks. Now, the daily trigger currently sits below, or the hourly sits below. The hourly is at 395.49. So it's right down here. It's got some work to do, is my point. The 396.37. So there's the daily trigger there. And we've got the monthly just kind of kicking around in here.
We also heard from sources that the Biden administration is expected to make a final offer to Mexico negotiators and are hoping to break the energy dispute stalemate. So the Biden admin are to request a USMCA dispute panel if Mexico rejects this final offer, again, according to sources.
Very emotional level here, this daily and weekly trigger.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
And there's a gap to fill down below here. You know, part of the overnight last night, when we were blasting up last night, I'm like, if we open too high, we're going to come back down and have to close all this shit anyways. One of the things that have been pretty commonplace ever since like 2020, we were leaving behind gaps everywhere. It was like fuck the gaps, we'll come back for them. 21 was the same way, just leaving gaps behind to fill on the regular. We've been closing gaps like madmen. Like we're closing gaps all the time. We don't leave a lot of gaps behind right now. The market's been more efficient than it has been in previous environments. And so my thought this morning was I had two thoughts. First, on the overnight, I was like, well, we're gonna want to come back for the daily and the hourly at some point. And I'll show you that this morning. But also, the more gaps we leave behind, the more messy it gets. So if you are a bull out there, I saw some bulls that are pissed off. They're like, "Why is it rolling over?" This was early this morning. I was trying to buy some bank tickers at 4 a.m. and people were all upset that we were coming back. And the truth be told, you really do want to come back. You don't want to be opening up 3%. You know you're going to come back to fill all that shit in. I guess if you were holding calls over the weekend, you want it open. So some short-term bullishness. Maybe just be aware of what people are saying to you on the internet. But if you're bullish here, if this stuff gets cleaned back up, it's actually a good from a positioning point of view. Now another thing is on yesterday's on Friday's close, I talked to you about when we're closing up here to be looking for a 405. I think I said 405, 403. 405, 403 put spread into Friday of next week with a date for the 31st. That even if we trade up higher here, that we should still get a roll in magnet lower before Friday of this week. That seems to still be on the table. If you're looking to reposition here at some point, if you're in one of those put spreads, and you're like, yeah, I'll just break even here in case we go higher. There is a case to go higher here, but the options market is not. The
US asks semiconductor firms to submit CHIPS Act, according to the Wall Street Journal.
The options market is not set up for us to go higher here. The options market is pretty much, it's kind of like I would call it like we shoot higher and then just we get dragged back down. There's a magnet below us trying to say, no, you can't go up there. So without an options market just expanding to the upside, we're likely going to trade a zone or a range and and then we're going to get hit with a bunch of edging into the 31st. That's going to knock us off the block as well. Okay. So let's see what you guys are saying here. Good morning, by the way. Hope you're all doing well. Channel. Morning, Don Mafia. How are you? Good morning, Coffee Shop John. How are you? First time chatting. You're all in on puts this morning. So we go over to YouTube here and see what's going on. Make sure I'm on the right chat here. E-Trading Shorts is saying he's all bulled up. What up, Willem? You're
And we
in the
have
Bronx?
posted the full Wall Street Journal piece on the feed for all those interested.
Good morning, John Haggerty. You're all bulled up. I don't know if I'd be bulled up. Good morning, Will. You're in the Bronx? Are you in Sobro? When I first went back to New York and they were like, this is Sobro, I'm like, this is the Bronx. Right on, brother. Morning, Juventus. How are you? STT Voyager, good morning. Having some, had to make a doctor's appointment this morning. So you can see we've got some targets above. We do have some targets above this morning. Hold on, let me get this thing in here for you. We're going to take a look at, hang tight here. Hold on here. Okay. Yeah, I got some wonkiness going on. I've got some serious I've got resets going on. Can see the daily is improving here. The hourly, turning down a little bit on the hourly. 5 minute. I'm going to go with bearish. Personally, I'm going to go with bearish right now on the SPY. I'm bearish here in the SPY. I want to see a pullback. Let me look on the, I guess I'm saying bearish, but I need to look at some more stuff here. 15 minutes looking pretty good. Look at the half hour. Yeah, I guess I am bullish here. I'm a little bearish on the morning open this morning. I'm still bearish on the morning open. What I'd really like to see on SPY is at least some consolidation. I'd like to see this. I guess I should say I'm bearish right now, but overall I'm bullish here. So maybe some more consolidation and then some kind of a face ripper here. I want to be looking for 397-ish. 397.50, somewhere in here. Something to buy here. Worst case scenario, I have two other levels for you. 396.38 and 395.51. I don't think we get that low. I think the market's supportive here. I'd like to buy a dip down here if possible. We might not even get there. I guess I can see why you're all bulled up this morning. In the 1 minute, we've got a bearish cross here, so you can see it. I wonder if are you all out there buying calls already? I'm not bullish here. I'm kind of bearish here. You can see it right there. It's just the 1 minute. from the 5-minute. There's that gap down here. Bet you there's some fucking bears out there right now that are like, so on a 5-minute, the bears are like, gonna trap the fuck out of these bulls. Bears are like, they don't even see it coming. There it is right there. So you get like a bear or a bull to come in and try to buy a dip. It's like a double bull trap or something. It's like double D, double B, T, double bull trap. So where like you come in, you're like, do, I'm safe bull, taking my time, letting Monday open up, I'm gonna buy this, do. And you're like, oh, the gap is closed, I'm gonna buy this right here, do. Slam down to the depths of hell. So you got like the bull buyer right here. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna buy this right off the bell over here and leave behind this giant gap down here. Trapped. Oh yeah, I'm gonna wait to get. I'm actually gonna wait for this one down here. Trapped. And then the bloodbath ensues. I don't think we have that though. I don't think we have the double bull trap. I think it's so far. I'd like to see this gap get filled. These fucking bears. Never, ever. We'll see if they can roll this over right now. They kind of have one more chance, don't they? It's kind of like the Bears' last chance right here. Oh yeah, dude. Look at Yeah, you're not shaking me out of FRC, sorry. I got in too early. Sorry, sweetheart. I was up at 4 a.m. I got you. Hold on a second here. You're not shaking me out of FRC now. Yeah, there's a bull trap here. Are you guys long puts right now? Oh, there it goes. It's right there. There it is. Woo. Wait, that goes back down there. There it is right there. There's the bull trap. Too funny. Surprise, that mother effer. It's like a cat jumping out of the tree. Like cat jumps out of the closet and just jumps on your shoulders and starts digging its claws into you. Surprise! 397.02. Hold on here.
ECB Centino says, I haven't seen a de-anchoring of inflation expectations.
So, bro.
So looking now to the Fear and Greed Index.
Someone
37 out of
slammed the
100
sell
indicates
button.
Fear, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 64 out of 100, indicating greed. Also, more comments from ECB Centino. Says, we must be patient on policy transmission.
Yeah, my book pack's working fine this morning.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
The reverse
TickStrike allows
boner
you
pattern.
to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, it's not the first time that I've actually set it up for you, right? There's the bear or there's the bull trap. Surprise!
ECB Centino says, we don't see signs of second round effects on wage settings.
There's a I just don't know how bearish it is. So still haven't closed the gap here. There's a gap down here. 396.79. It's developing. One of the thing about these weeks is that, or the thing about this week for me at least, after this weekend. So like on Friday or Thursday, Friday into today's open, if we weren't at end of quarter, I would have came into today and been like, buy, like buy, just buy. Everything here is bullish. Everything here is we're going higher. Smells like super bullish, but just being end of quarter, I'm suspect of it.
ECB Centina says wage increase is still compatible with monetary policy. So we're now 10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where we do get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index forecast -10, prior -13, spot 5.
I'm not so much a suspect of it in terms of like we can't go there. I'm a suspect of it being end of quarter. I'm like, yeah, I like the setup. Are they going to take the entire week to make this run? Kind of like we trade around and people get or do their positioning, and then we actually make the so like the setup is there, but you're just early to it. Can the market just blast higher this week? Probably. But it would need it would need a bunch of stuff to happen mechanically in the background. Thanks, Binky. I appreciate it. You kind of saw this setting up, right? And there's a larger bearish, not cross, but kind of almost tagged it here. We're pretty bullish here too. I gotta say it to you, we are bullish here. We're not bearish. I just would like to see this get. I would just like. I don't know that we get this this close today either. This is the 15-minute chart here. Yeah, I mean, so everything is set up on. Everything is bullish here. Today's open's bullish. Like the daily is bullish. The 4 hours bullish. The 1 hour is bullish. Under normal circumstances, they'd be like, "Get out of the way. We're gonna rip some faces off here." The only thing here I would like to see get closed is that gap. There's a small gap down below. We could leave this behind. There's nothing saying we have to close this gap down here because we are so bullish here. We could be in a trend day situation. We just leave it behind. So if there's bear or bulls out there that are saying, I'm bullish here, this is what I'll tell you. If you're bullish here and we're gonna leave this gap behind, this is what I'm gonna tell you. Okay, so see this gap right here. If we're gonna leave this gap behind, if we are, the only two charts you're gonna need is the 1 and the 5 minute. The 5 minute specifically, if price is able to get above 398.05 and hold above 398.05, we will trend higher on the day and possibly the next few days. I mean, maybe even the week. We could make some moves higher. Now, on the 1 minute chart, this is where it would begin to develop. 397.86, but then don't forget we've got the 398.07. So if you're trading the 1 minute, you would want to, I'm going to show you what price action you'd want to see. You'd want to see something like this. Something like this, and then you'd want to see price not just win here, but you'd see price come up and more than likely get a new high here. But then it would come all the way back down to just check again. It doesn't necessarily have to get the new high either.
Centina says transmission and financial
but you'd want to
stability are at
see the
core of the mandate.
validation on the 1 and 5 minute on a 1 minute chart to go higher. And of course, you want a new high in here too, right? But this would be the development of it. This is only 1 minute. Now, that's how you would validate it. On a 5-minute chart, you would want to see this same thing. This is a little bit more complicated here. You want to see price get above 398.03. And this is why we switched to trading a 5-minute chart, because it slows everything down. Until you see price get above that white line, you can't really take a trade with confidence as a bull here. So if you're looking for that trade as a bull, the magic number for you right now is the white line. Right now it's 398 now. It's just 398 flat.
So we're now 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where we get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index, forecast -10 on the prior, -13 spot 5.
So until you see that, there's no trade for you as a bull. But it's 398 and change. Yeah. That's what it. Personally, I'm hoping for this gap to get closed down here. 396.52, 396.55. So if you can't see that gap, great. If you want to take a long call, it's currently price has to be above 398. That's on a 5-minute chart. On a 1-minute chart, price is still not above the 397.81. That bear plane is still playing out above
closely
here.
monitoring financial market tensions.
There's your bear plane right there.
And adds that we have tools for whatever it takes action for banks.
If you are a bear and have a bear put if you have a put spread on, if you have put spread on for Friday and we do get down here and close this gap down here, and you feel like we have a potential of ripping faces off here, this would be a place to take profit, or if you're at break even or something.
Any threat
if you're fearful that we're not going to come back down here again this week, this is a place for you to manage that trade. Maybe you cut the put side loose and just hold on to the long or the sold put side of that trade. Surprise, bitches. Cap has made this uncanny call in the past.
DCP Santino says, I don't see anything systemic right now.
Yeah, give me just 1 second here. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I forgot some stuff. I'll be right back. I got to grab something. I'll be right back. Just here's your PT. Hold on a second. Let's do a PT down here for you. Just gap fill. That's all I'm looking for down here. Gap fill. Maybe a tag of the daily trigger. Just want to see the gap fill get done, if possible.
One minute remaining.
All right, some weakness in the SPY right now. We had a bear plane above. Trading 397.22.
Ten seconds.
Hope we can get this gap filled down below.
Minus 15.7, minus 15.7. That is lower than the forecast of minus 10.
This is a place for you to manage your put spreads. Capture gains on one side and ride the other side long. Oh, dude, there were there were people that bought calls this morning. I'm looking on the options chain. I'm like, people bought calls right on the opening bell. Whole bunch of gaps down here to just burn through right here. We'll follow my cursor down here. Some nice gap filling to be done down here as well. I didn't know people were buying calls off the opening bell. These bulls don't care. I think I even posted on FinTwit. It's like, just let it open up and breathe. Just let it breathe. Just let it breathe.
Santino says banking problems have to have an impact on our decisions.
I want to buy some calls though now personally. 398 C's. I'm looking at them.
So
Close some of
the
these
Nasdaq
gaps down
100
here.
turns negative after erasing opening gains.
Close some of these gaps right here, please. Oh, yeah, there we go. Surprise, MNFer. Gap fill. We still have some more gap full bullshit down here. There's a little bit more. We're not quite done here. Come on, get rid of. If you're gonna take all, if you're gonna come down here, you might as well
We've
take it
posted out
all.
the Dallas Fed manufacturing activity March report on the feed for those interested.
See what you guys are saying in the chat here. It's Willem's birthday. Willem saying it's my birthday. First of all, Willem, happy birthday, my
ECB
brother.
Centino says the size of the rate hike increments will depend on data, but it's clear that we need to preserve stability.
Yeah, John. John Haggerty's saying if any puke happens this week, it had better come quick because MMs will be window dressing to preserve bonuses at end of quarter. Last year, the puke happened on 4-4 and raged downward for months. Yeah, they like, so it's interesting because like April, like March 8, like April's a tough month to. April's typically our best month of the year. I mean, not always, but looks like we've got some more. Oh, we've got some more gaps in here too. We're still not done with gaps. I don't know why they're not showing themselves. We have gap fills all the way down to right here. 396. 26 is showing some gaps too. Yeah, I guess we got more gaps, don't we? Now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, we could go all the way down here. Maybe we go to 396. I guess there's some gaps down here, depending on how you look at things. There's some hanky panky. If you look at a 5-minute chart, you're like, yeah, what's the closing price from yesterday? Let's go to 1 minute and find out the Friday closing price. Somewhere in there. There's the low from Friday. There's a couple lows down here. Hold on here. Down there. No, that's not really. That's the low. Yeah, I can see bears wanting their claim that you're gonna give it all back or something. Maybe. There's a bunch of gap fills in here. Still need to be filled. This is this H line right here. This is the close, Friday close. Down at 395.75, the hourly down here. Should expect a squeeze here. We are on the daily trigger. Expect some kind of a squeeze right now. A little bit more gap to fill down below here. Still hiding. It's right in here. Yeah, you're not gonna slice through the daily trigger either. You're not just gonna blast through like it's nothing. You're gonna see like a rejection, and then you're gonna need some more work to get down here and try to nail that hourly trigger. Yeah, you're welcome, Will. Happy birthday, man. Always good to have a birthday. Let you know you're still alive. Got some weirdness going on. I had to call for a doctor's appointment this morning. Again. But for different stuff. I'm losing my hearing in one ear. April's usually one of our best months out of the year. I hate shorting April. Just as a general rule, it's like, and if you had a bad April the year before, I'm not going to expect it 2 years in a row. Like, like I'll give you one bad April, but I'm not going to give you 2 or 3. Is my point. Like, I'll give you one. Like the more bad Aprils you start putting together, it's one of those months where if we have a bad one or 2, I'm not going to expect the 3rd or 4th to be bad, especially when they're the best month of the year. And then also, if you think about how these banks do it, they start buying in October, November. That's actually when they start buying, October, November. Then they go back and they buy again a low in the spring. That's usually March and April. And then you see size come into the market through the summer, and they just sit back and collect some money, right? Come into summertime, collect some money, take some vacation, go to the Hamptons. I mean, meanwhile, you're a retail trader that didn't do any of that work in October, didn't do any of that work in December, didn't do any of that work in springtime, which is where we are right now, right? End of quarter. Try to set a position for summer. Yeah, I don't know what happened. This past weekend I've had some issues with my hearing, and then I've had some I even did a dentist appointment this morning, scheduled a dentist and doctor. I'm like, do I have I was like, maybe I have a toothache that I don't know about. Like maybe I got an infection in a tooth or something. I don't know. I'm like, of course you don't want to have anything wrong. No fist fights, no nothing like that. No car accidents. Morning, David G. How are you? See what you guys are saying here. Oh, those Friday hedges saved you, huh? Derivative yield. Ross Walk says, my God, dude, I asked a legitimate question in the Discord and was put into purgatory. I get that there's rules
According
for a
to the
reason.
White House, Biden
Give me a
says
break.
if
That was
House
legitimate. Mark
Republicans'
question about
energy
cap
bill is
daily
presented
levels.
in the current form, he would veto.
These mods don't play. So Ross Walks, what was the question? First
This
of all,
stream
where
is
were you?
sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Well, first off, let's start with the mods in there. So the mods have a ton of work to do. None of them get paid. So they don't want to deal with. They want things to run smoothly. Let's start with that. So it's all free. So let's just lay that out there. Then I was put in purgatory. I get there's rules for a reason, but give me a break. There was a legitimate market question about cap daily levels. These mods don't play. Where did you ask the question, Ross Walks? The drinking wine, well, probably shouldn't be trading. Chase Winter's having some wine at 10:30 in the morning, right on. Yeah, Chase, it's one of those weeks, man. Everybody's away on vacation. Everybody. I promise you. If you might not be, but everybody else is. People that make money are on vacation. Code for footsie photos. I found a pivot point indicator on Thinkorswim was exact for level 1 and 2, but not level 3 asked for others' thoughts and was put in purgatory. Okay, so where, like, what room were you in asking that question? Cal Bricking was like, he's like, the moment you said it's a bull trap, I started shorting. Good morning. The women in my life are leaving me. That's some other news this morning. They're all leaving. Nobody's working. Nobody's in school. And I didn't plan a vacation for myself. I didn't say I'm taking this week off. So they're all heading out west to go skiing. That's another update. So I'll be alone to my own devices for an entire week. I'm gonna have to summon my father's porn VCR tape collection. Like, and open up the secret wall that's been closed for the past decade. Hit the secret password. Binky's saying bank earnings in 2 weeks. May want to keep the calendar in mind. Absolutely. Just waiting to see XLF go below 20 before JPM reports on the 14th on miracles people are calling for. Yeah. So Winky, let's talk about what Winky's saying here. So, and I brought this up. I think I brought this up to Winky last week. Let's take a look at some, because we're gonna do this week. This week we're gonna talk about a bunch of planning for our end of quarter, regardless of where the market goes. Let's take a look. Let's talk about XLF. So last week we talked on Friday. If you missed Winky, if you weren't here on Friday, we went all over XLF in detail in the morning on Friday. But we did not address this last Friday. So XLF, giant gap down here, and shocker. Now let's talk about XLF. So Friday we talked about XLF in depth and we actually showed historically how when we're rotating cycles cyclically, XLF does not perform for months. Now, this doesn't mean that on a smaller time frame that, let's say we sell XLF into earnings week. Normally when you're selling, first of all, this is just a generalization. When you're selling a ticker or a sector into their earnings, there usually is a moment just before their earnings or after they report where we get a squeeze. On a higher time frame, though, that's still might not show itself to be the biggest move that you might think that it is, right?
Tightening must be consistent with monetary policy stance, says we don't want it to interfere and preserve market functioning.
So let's talk about a couple of things here. Different time frames and earnings season. If you're buying into an earnings season, let's say you're buying Tesla into its ER report or its event, almost always sell the news, right? If we trade up into an event, if we trade down into an event, normally happens right into that event. And then we squeeze higher, or the next day we squeeze higher, a week later we squeeze higher. It's not really great if you sell into an event because you can buy like a call spread that expires after the next expiry of that event. That doesn't mean, though, the week before it doesn't start squeezing then, or you have to monitor it. I agree. Now, even with that said, that trade could be good, right? You print, you make great money on it, but it's not the but it's still not the XLF is going to scream higher for the next 3 to 6 months. And I think that's the point here is it's great for a trade on a short basis, but on a long-term basis, XLF is not expected to perform. So let's get that clear, at least historically. Now, there's something else here that I want to talk about that I didn't address on Friday, and that is just on a weekly basis. If you look at XLF, historically, let's look at it. And do you see how there's no gaps left behind over here? I want you to see down here. Sorry. Damn it. We've been doing a fairly good job of closing gaps over time. No gaps down here. No gaps. No gaps at all down here. Now, there are gaps above here that I want you to see. There's two. There's a gap down here at 21 change, 21,284. And there's a gap down here at 25 and some change. Now, when do we close these? The question becomes, when do we close these? In an efficient market thesis, we're going to close these this year. I'm not anti us printing something fat for ER season for the banks, but I am against the market moving up and XLF following or over, what would you call it, overperforming with the rest of the market in this time period. So you could get that squeeze for ER, and then it actually might come down and close these at some point this year. So it's not like I'm not bullish in XLF. I'm bullish on it to an extent, but I'm also like, yeah, at some point this year. So let's say you buy $30. Am I going all in $30? Probably not. I'm going to be waiting for this to get filled. I'm gonna. If I was going to spend 10 grand here, well, let's say I was originally going to spend 100 grand here. Yeah, you want to do 30 grand here, and then maybe another 30, and then another 30. That would make sense. Like not all your eggs in one basket. And if it comes down here and hits $20, and you're now at a DCA of, 24, 26 somewhere in here, at least you're not absolutely fucked down here if this happens. So just as an efficient market, thesis. The I don't see us not. I don't see us not filling these down here. And you can actually see these large volume bars down here. Now, this is a weekly, right? 1, 2, 3 weeks of selling. And, you know, even on these pumps, it's like, yeah, like all this, it's just this stuff down here. This bothers me down here. That bothers me. It does. I'll be honest with you. A lot of other tickers have closed these gaps from 2020. We've been watching them all year long, and XLF has not.
Comments from ECB
So
who speaks at the Columbia University event in New York.
That's my only fly in the ointment. It's my only one right here. It's the only one that I got. It's the only fly I got in the ointment. You can see it down here again. It's 28. There's a gap at 29. There's a gap at 28. Nothing else is showing up down here. But these gaps haven't been filled yet. Even on a daily, there's 2 gaps on the daily at 28, 2801, 2897. So even just on, let's just look at into the next 2 weeks to see these 2 gaps get closed. Wouldn't even shock me, right? This is a daily gap to close. So you know. Let's go back to what's in the beginner chat. No, it's not that, Rosswax. Over the weekend, I was talking to one of the admins about the right place for the right questions. We need to highlight, like, it really needs to be a focal point of, a lot of people seem to get in trouble for posting in the wrong room. And there needs to be some kind of like an automated, please don't do that here, rather than getting put into purgatory. There has to be, I think people just need to, there has to be some way of getting it across that there's a right place. '90s infomercials. I think the banks are fine too. The only thing the banks have to worry about are bank runs, right? Well, I've got no problems with the banks. The only issue I have with banks are bank runs. It's the only thing that a bank can't deal with. If you look at what banks have problems with, it's always, well, there's two problems. Banks can't deal with bank runs. They have no solution for it. Never have. So if there's a bank run, there's nothing a bank can do about it. And then the second problem that a bank has is that they'll never be high flyers like they once were, money wise. Oh, and then the third thing is, of course, cyclically, they tend to perform horribly if we are in a new cycle in the market. Winky's saying, I'm not bullish on XLF either, but 32.35 is where it should be still trading today. I agree with that. If you look at XLF, it once becomes down at these levels before. If you'll notice, there's about a 1 month of chop before it pumps. If you look at business cycles, XLF does horrible. It does dog shit. Well, if we are in a new cycle, that's if we are. Someone's saying, hold on a second here. I missed something here. I missed a good tweet here. Not tweet, but every bar is getting slammed down. Hold on. Wang Yu Tang is saying these funded trading challenges are effing impossible. I think you can share charts, Chase. I think you can share links of image, like screen captures. Wang Yutang is saying, man, these funded trading challenges are effing impossible. You know who made a post about that was Chase. I think you can share links to an image, or I think that a mod can. Let me see if I can make you a mod here. Maybe I can give you the ability. Maybe I can give you just the ability to post a chat,
Columbia
a chart.
University event in New York.
Hold on,
We have
Chase.
put the link to the live video on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
Without making or there you go, Chase. I think you can post the link to it. Hey, Chase, don't be pressing buttons, man. Shield mode is on. Chase, you pressing buttons? Chase, are you pressing buttons, bro? Chase Winter has activated shield mode. No, let's turn that off. Stop pressing buttons, Chase. All right, so Chase, I made you a mod. I might take it away from you, but I think you can post the link to a chart. All right. I was asked, is this a squeeze higher? So we know we're going to get a reaction off the daily trigger down here, right? Already let you know that you're going to get a reaction here. You still have the cross above here, and Bear's going to be wanting to trade off of this one somewhere around 397.58. Yeah, I think Chase. Chase Winters saying, I've been a news editor for 12 years and got a non-news job recently, and it turns out I don't even know how to use Word, even though I have more than 10,000 published articles. Love it. Random button pushing. Moog saying, banks, the discount window saw all-time high borrowing over the weekend, bigger than the GFC. Can I do Tesla? Yeah, I can do Tesla. Yeah, Tesla looks great right now. Tesla looks unreal. Looks very good. Looks just like I mean, it still has some consolidation to do. It's sitting on its weekly right now. Let's look at Tesla real quick. It's just Tesla bulls out there. It's trading above its 1 and 5 in right now. It's bullish at the moment it's bullish. Got nice buyers that set up on its weekly right down here, 193.71. So just keep your eye on a couple things.
And ZZ are sued by the CFTC over regulatory violations.
What you want to be looking for on Tesla here is you saw the bounce on the weekly, but the hourly is still below. It's at 192.14. And then we've got the next place to look at is 187.41.
ECB's Schnabel.
So 187.41 is where you want to be taking trades long on Tesla. And then you've got a second buy-in down here at 192.14. And you do have some consolidation taking place on the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and the weekly currently. It's getting healthier. Tesla's getting healthier. You can actually see the buy signal down below here on the daily. Go over this every week down here, right? You can see a beautiful buy signal. Nice trade higher here on Tesla. Gorgeous trade higher. So the next one is down here, right? You're just going to be tracking this for a buy signal, this daily candle or this daily target down below, 187.52. Keep your eyes on 187.52. Keep your eyes also, if we're staying in trend, on 192.24 as a potential buy-in as well. Patience pays on Tesla. Gap's now being filled. 1 minute was maintained here. Still have this nice gap to be filled down below on SPY. Starting to grind through the daily. Looking for that 395.60 on, this is the hourly right here in SPY.
ECB Schnabel says balance sheet is expected to decline meaningfully over the coming years.
All you have to do.
And ECB Schnabel says the balance sheet will not return to the levels seen before the global financial crisis, and says our balance sheet should only be as large as necessary to ensure sufficient liquidity provisions and effectively steer short-term interest rates.
You know, if you're a Tesla bull, right, all you have to do is like snap two lines. Snap yourself a line.
This stream is sponsored by Tick Strike.
192.24.
Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Snap another line at 187.47 and set an alert, right? Right-click it,
ECB
set an
Schnabel
alert.
says if the corridor is sufficiently narrow, the implied rate volatility from fluctuations in aggregate excessive reserves may not be a first-order concern, and says banks might want to hold much higher liquidity buffers than in the past.
You know, the last trade on Tesla, you know, we got down to 187.20. It was worth waiting for that trade, right? And it took days to get there. 22nd, 23rd. You had to wait 3 days, I think, for that trade. Maybe even longer. You had to wait. It took from the 21st to the 24th. Took 4 days for the trade to come to you to take it and make actual money. So, you know, if you're a patient trader, it's probably 188 for you to be patient. Like what's right around 188. Set an alert, and if you miss the trade, you miss the trade. But if you want a confidence trade, you'd want to see 188 for Tesla to take along. You just have patience. If you do that for 100 tickers, one is going to come your way. Let's look at a 5 minute really quick. See what the 5 minute's saying. Okay, so right now let's talk about something. So in a 5 minute chart, what is setting up here is a bearish crossover on the 5 minute. This is very bearish. So you can see it right here. And I'm not long anything right now. So there's no I'm not long calls or anything. I've got them set up, but I'm not on them. Right there, this is a 5 minute bull trap, big one. When these things start to set up like this, things can get really violent really quick to the downside. So even though we've got the hourly and the daily and the hourly here, I'd be really careful of price showing you some real nastiness down here, and at least come down here and tag this 395.40. This is bearish, and it's developing on a 5 minute chart right now. So I'm bearish here, heading into the next 15 minutes or so. It's 11:04. So let's say to 11:30. So it's 11:04 to 11:30. I'm bearish down to 395.40. Yeah, 395.45, somewhere in there. And there's also this H line down below here at 395.76. So I am bearish here. You can see the bear cross forming right now on SPY on a 5 minute chart. You can actually see it forming right here. We're not even there yet. You can actually see it right there. So there it is. It's right there. Bloodbath ahead. It's right there. You know what's coming, right? Make sure you like and subscribe to these videos. I hate to say it, the bull trap is priced in. There's your bear trap. There's your bull trap right there. You can see the rug pull is on. You guys see the rug pulls forming up on Bookmap, right? Walk the plank, baby. We just pull the rug right here on you. Is there? Do we have bear music?
So Fitch Ratings says US large middle market loan defaults soar as higher rates hit smaller companies.
Yeah, we did a lot of work this weekend. Well, your wife's boyfriend did a ton of work this weekend. We're trying to get it to a point where the Discord it's our fault because there's a lot of change coming in Discord, and over time there should be some major changes coming to Discord, so just so everybody's aware of what to do where and all that other kind of stuff.
And Fitch Ratings say they expect the default
Now
rate
trading
gap between
396.10.
large middle markets and broadly syndicated loans to reach its widest level since 2014.
396.11. Come on down, show me that bear flag on the 5-minute. And he takes on DG. Yeah, I can look at it if you want me to. Curlo saying he's seeing some bearish flows. This is the bear tune. Fucking bears, man. Yeah, we're gonna unban people in Discord too. We just haven't gotten there. Just a ton of work. Ton of work in the background. It was like you guys don't see the work that's being done in the background. It's just taking time, longer than we expected. A little bit of a dip buy right now on Bookmap. If you are short this market right here, you want to be able to. You can see price go from 396 up to 397.35. So just right here. This is where the sellers are. Sellers are right there. Next batch of sellers are right here. Yeah, Nick, I want to buy it too at not 50. I think I want to buy it at 50, 52 or 60, somewhere in there. Wherever that gap is down below on Tesla. Trying to get that gap fill on SPY right now. Got a little bit more gap fill to do. That's right, Don Donk. Swellers and young Jim
Fitch
Bros.
ratings say the vulnerability to higher interest rates for smaller companies dominating the LMM markets may push par-weighted default level to as high as 5% by the end of 2023.
That's where your young Jim Bros are. Closing the gap down below right now on SPY. I should put those in, shouldn't I? There you go, brother. Swellers and young Jim Bros. A little bit more gappage down below to grind through. No, I'm not. I haven't bought any calls here. We've got a 5-minute bull flag or a bear flag here, or a barrel plane. I want you to see that right here. It's that big old barrel plane right there. Big giant bear plane coming up here. Big nasty one on the 5-minute. Usually spells pretty ugly stuff. No interest in buying this down here. I need to see some work done. It's 11:11. Bears have 4 more minutes. They got their new low before. So it's 11 right now, right? So 11:15, and then they come into their hour at 11:30.
So just noting Bitcoin at a 10-day low, last down 3.41%.
Bitcoin, whew, getting smashed right now. VIX pumping right now. VIX looking pretty bullish here. But I want to buy this so bad right now. Like, I want to buy this right now so bad. I'll be honest with you. Let me take a look at it. 395.33. Right here. What do I want to buy? I want to buy this. 395.33. Cap wants to buy here. I don't know if I can get that if we're gonna get that low or not. 395.33. I don't know if we can get that close. It's pretty fucking close already. I mean, I can't blame anyone that wants to buy this right now. I can't blame anyone who wants to buy this. Kind of like splitting hairs here. Aren't we always splitting hairs, though? I guess we always are. I think we're the kind of group of people that likes to, we like to get it right to the pin, don't we? We're kind of gross. I can't say it's a bad thing. We're always trying to, it's like, what did you buy? Well, I bought 395.333333 exactly at 11:35 in the morning. Get it as good as close as possible. I'd like this one last blast down if possible. I don't know that we get this, but if we could just get that right there, I'd be stoked. If we go up there and then come back down here, I'd be stoked for this right here. That's my greed talking, if you want to know my greed. That's like the greed talking down here. I don't know that I get down there, though. This is definitely greed talking. A little bit more gap to fill down below. Biscuit Bakers, did you buy puts? No, I didn't buy puts.
Fed bids for 6-month bills total $5.3 billion, and Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.3 billion.
Don't skip leg day. Yeah, my Scrooge McDuck.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeah, I'm still watching them. I've got them set up right now. I haven't bought them, but I'm looking at them. I've got them set up to buy. They're now 60 cents. So if I get them really cheap, I'll buy them. I just want to buy them dirt cheap, not full priced. What was the other one you guys wanted me to look at? DG? I keep having to circle back around. The comments go crazy. Okay, let's look at DG. Dollar General. Let's look at Dollar General. Bearish on Dollar General. You want to know? So whoever was asking about Dollar General, I'm bearish on Dollar General. Let me look at give me a second here, and I'll tell you how bearish I am. Yeah, I'm bearish on Dollar General. I apologize to you for being bearish on Dollar General. I think you're crazy if you think that, or not. You're crazy. I think it's overvalued. I think it's overvalued not because of the company. I think it's overvalued because it's time to take profit. That's what I think. It's time to take profit. That would be how you would know if that's how you would validate that. Would be, yeah, I'm super bearish on Dollar General, and not only that, I think it's a great short. And how you can validate that would be if Dollar General rejects 215.36, 215.44, or rejects again 220.14, which it already did. I'm bearish on it, and I'm bearish on it giving back everything going back to 2020. So yeah, I'm bearish on Dollar General to, I don't know, $126, something like that. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me look on it somewhere else too. Let me see if I have that right or not. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Close the gap down below at 194.50, 195. You close that shit up. And then, you got more work down below, right? 182, 170. I don't know. I guess I'm saying I'm not bearish on it. You've got no gaps to close on Dollar General, which is good to see, but at the same time, trying to see here. They got a minimum 182.06. I can see that there's demand down there, 182, 170. Truth is, though, I'm going to tell you that it's going back to close 138.14. I don't think it's a measure of like Dollar General sucks. I think it's just a matter of I'm taking the money, and I'll make a market for it again down the road. I'm bearish on Dollar General. I don't know if you are or not, but I am. I'm bearish on it, and the market says it is too. So, oh, there we go. There goes SPY, baby. Come on down, SPY. Trading 395.85. Can we get SPY down to 395.33, please? Come on down for SPY. Dollar General. Let's look at Dollar General real quick. It's a good one. If you're a bear out there, it's a good one for you as a bear. I don't know if this is a bull that brought up Dollar General, but I'm going to bring it up to you right now. Dollar General. Dollar General. Just baseline. We'll make it really simple here. Baseline. I want you to see the difference in Dollar General. Right here.
So 10 minutes away now to get the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. The US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 41 and a prior high yield of 4.675%. And the US selling $48 billion of 6-month bills with a prior bid to cover of 2 to 87 and a prior high yield of 4.62%.
See that green and yellow, specifically the yellow. See the yellow didn't go below the blue line. See the yellow didn't go below the blue line. See the yellow did go below the blue line. See that one right here? That's a no-no. That's a big no-no. See that yellow line crossing the blue line? That's a big time no-no. Okay? That didn't happen here, didn't happen here, and it did happen here. Why? Daily trend. Daily trend on DG is extremely bearish. It also had confirmation. We broke down below the monthly, right? We had a confirmation that we were going lower, not higher, so we blasted down, right? And now you've got the daily chasing over here. So trend is down on DG. And not only is it down on DG, but you're going to be looking for price to confirm that trade lower, somewhere at like 216 or so. And even so, you've got 220. So 216, 220. It could even squeeze up here again and continue with continuation lower. And this looks like just good old-fashioned. And then you've got another layer above, 229.19. Even if you squeeze up here, you've got a lot of badness on Dollar General to overcome. And my point here is, now I know you've got demand down below here and demand here and demand here. But there comes a point, 1, 2, and 3. There comes a point where you have just natural profit taking. This is when a company has great fundamentals and yet price comes down. This is wick-off kind of stuff. And so I would look back to the original pump. And the original pump is somewhere back here at $123 minimum. Somewhere back here, 123. The original pump. You can see the buying, major support buying back here. You can see there was a dip buy that was bought up, and then we had the initial run right there. This is where the banks are long right here. 120 bucks, 116, 145-ish, 135, somewhere in here. This is where the banks are long. So this just looks like natural, like take the money and run. You don't see any other time in its history where it's broken monthly trend. So I'm bearish on DG. It's actually a nice short.
So according to Echo's,
Thanks,
France's
butthead bangers.
deficit was at 4.8% of GDP or lower in 2022.
Yeah, it doesn't mean like, the thing about DG is not so much it has a reason to go up. It has every reason to go down. Or not every reason. It has pure profit taking for it to go down. So just be careful on DG. Everything is screaming bearish on it. I haven't looked at it on a higher time frame yet. I can right now. Let me look at something in the background here. See if we can find something. Hold on a second here. I have a higher time frame to look at for DG. Just give me a second. I'll look at it. Yeah, it's man, if you're looking for a dip on DG to buy, it's tough. Weeklies and monthlies are getting bearish. Daily is bearish. Everything is bearish about it right now. That doesn't mean you can't buy dips on DG, like natural places to buy DG. If you're focused on just that one ticker, yes, there are dips to buy in DG. How long lived they are? I'll give you those three targets
5
again.
minutes away now to get the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. So the US selling $57 billion of 3 month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 41 and a prior high yield of 4.675%. And the US
215,
selling $48 billion of 6 month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 87
220,
and a prior high yield of 4.62%.
230, 228. Maybe you'll get the failure. Maybe you get the failure to close the gap at 228, and then they send it right back down again. Now, with that said, if you're able to get to 228 and then hold 220, and you can consolidate there, I would say that it's over, that the correction in DG is over, if that helps. Young Jimbro's above here. This is looking constructive for the Bulls. 4 minutes left for the Bears, coming into the end of the hour now for bearishness. See if there's a squeeze trade here, higher to 397.11. Should have bought that dip, and I didn't. I'm going to give it another 4 minutes. I'm going to try to buy a dip down here. Let's look at the, this could be turning here. Like seeing this turn here. I'm not seeing the 1 minute come down violently. It's starting to level out a little bit. So we might have some constructive trade higher coming up for the Bulls. Normally you'd see this white line coming straight down and this red line coming straight down, and we're not seeing that. So Bulls are making some constructive bottoming here. So I'm willing to maybe take a long here in just a minute. There is one more place for the Bears to tee off here, above at 397.06, 396.86. This is constructive for Bulls at least. Might be willing to throw some money here. This is a 1 minute chart right now. Let's see. I'll keep my eyes on this. 398 C's are 59 cents right now. This is a trap for Bulls right here, guaranteed. This is a bull trap right here. Be careful. This is likely a bloodbath coming up. Watch, be very careful of a bloodbath right here, straight to the depths of hell. I think this is a bull trap right here. Be hell careful in here. Not a bull trap, but a slant. Might see like a liquidation break that's pretty violent here. I got LCD sound systems playing in my head right now. Yeah, I'm not trusting this at all right now.
So shortly expecting both 3 and 6 month bill auction. I'll lead with the 3 month bids cover.
Nothing to do with it. Not for me. Young Jim Bros being pushed back right now. Watch 397.07. VIX squeezing higher right now.
So just seeing an update from the CFTC who say they seek permanent trading and registration bans in the Binance case.
Still not long here. I'm just waiting, watching. $11.31 right now.
Bids cover 2 to 51, 2 to 51, and a high yield of 4.675%, 4.675%. So the US selling $63 billion of 3-month bills and awards 69.54% of bids at high, and seeing the 6-month bids cover 2 to 85, 2 to 85, and a high yield of 4.65%, 4.65%. So the US selling $53 billion of 6-month bills and awards 13.9% of bids at high.
Squeezing higher now.
Fed's bar says is to say that we are prepared to use all of our tools for any size institution as needed to keep the system safe. And Fed's bar to say he is committed to ensuring Federal Reserve fully accounts for any supervisory or regulatory failings around SVB. And FedSpar to say that SVB waited too long to address its problems.
Look at the 5 minute really quick. Starting to get bullish here.
And FedSpar to say it appeared the contagion from SVB's failure could be far-reaching and damage broader banking system.
This is what I'm trying to buy right here. Though I will say that I will give the bulls something that, this red line is flattening out. Watching this white line flatten out a little bit here. Gets more bullish than bearish. If we were seeing like the white line come down like this, I would say we're more bearish here. But we are getting more bullish. But I'm still not, I don't want to get trapped in here though, right?
This stream is sponsored by
So I'd like
TickStrike.
to see.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I don't know what that was. So what I would like to see is some price getting above, come back down for a tag here. This is a 5 minute chart right now. I don't want to get trapped in there. It's right here. Right down here. I don't want to get trapped down there. No guarantee this happens. On the 5 minute, it looks more bullish than bearish. Just don't feel like giving away money to the house. 11:37 right now. So bears have another 8 minutes to get a new low. If they can't get a new low here, we'll revert and we'll start getting bullish here. Bears have 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left to get a new low. We'll see if they get it or not. E-Trading Shorts is like, Barr's rambling isn't helping the bulls. Fed's bar to say the impact of SB-based failure appeared to be widespread, threatening the entire banking system. Yeah, the only real threat to the banking system is bank runs. That's it. That really is always it. There's a fair point about this, that all these banks, if they just wait until their treasuries come to maturity down the road, banks are covered. They're structured to not fail. The only time they do fail is when we have bank runs. That's it. That is the only risk to banks. So when you see bank panic, that enrages smart people. Just keep it really simple, right? You want to piss off some smart people? It's when you hear people talk about bank runs. Let's look on the 5 minute here. See on the 15 minute. 11:39. We got 6 minutes left for the Bears to do something. If they can't, we're gonna blast off here in just a minute. If they can't. One minute chart right now. Some rocket fuel. Set up the squeeze emojis. Can I look at pins? Yes, I can look at pins. I'm looking to buy a dip here, though. Let me see if I can do it in the background. I'm trying to get long the market here. Pins. I'm bullish on pins. Generally speaking, let me look. Make sure I get that right or wrong. No, I'm not bullish on. Well, can't say I'm not bullish on pins. 5 months out, pins is likely going to sell at $30, which it looks like it already did, right? It's got a lot of confluence coming into $30, but it's going to take some work. Am I bullish on pins overall? Yes.
Fed's bar to say that we are to plan to propose long-term debt requirements for large regional banks and need to enhance stress
We'll look at
testing and
Pinterest.
explore changes to liquidity rules.
It's worth looking at. It's very squeezable here. It's very dangerous, but also could print a bunch of money for you. I can see why you're asking about Pinterest. The chart looks great. I don't know if I would be, if you're going to be long on Pinterest, maybe long-term calls like a year out or something. And then or even leaps or something, or just owning the stock with a stop loss underneath, like $25 or so, $20. It's not a bad, that doesn't look bad to own. Oh, dude, are we doing it? Oh, yeah. Oh, we trapping some bulls in here? Oh. 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 Bull rage right now. Bull rage. I like pins overall. That's a good call out, by the way, pins. Sorry for saying I'm not going to look at it because I'm trying to buy a dip here. Pins is good. We'll look at pins, I promise. Oh, bulls. What's going on, bulls? Did you get trapped in that? Let me know if you got trapped in that. Did you get trapped in that? I bet there's some bull rage out there right now. I know some bulls are buying this shit. 398s are now at 50 cents. Oh, dude, the triple dog down, the triple dog bull trap. Oh. Come on, baby, bring it to Cappy down here. Come on down here. Come on down here. Come on, baby, come on down. I don't know if it's coming, but I want it to so bad. Come on down. Come on down and see me.
So just seeing US
at the
crude oil
discount
futures
lot.
extend gains up over $2 to a session high of $71.28 a barrel.
I don't know if it's going to happen. Remind me of pins. We got to look at it. That's a good ticker. I like it. I like pins. Let's look at VIX really quick. Oh, dude, give me that rain some blood down here. Just rain some blood. Just face like a big red giant red candle right there. Just like rip face right there. Bam. And just slam into it. Bring it down to the discount lot. Let's make it dirt cheap down here. Just dirt cheap. This could be like one of those days where you get like a gorgeous, gorgeous dip buy. Eleven 45 now. Let's look at the 15-minute, 5-minute. These fucking sellers stepping right in like nobody's business. 5-minute, they're just like sell, 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 sell. Just unloading. Unloading these buyers. Look at some lower targets. Said I wanted 395.33, right? Yeah, that's kind of where I want it right there. That's all I want to see. I don't need to see any lower targets. I just want to buy this right down here with a stop underneath it. If we start trading below this 395.33, it'll get ugly. We'll start bloodbathing this shit. It's kind of where this is your bloodbath. Anything below this, where my cursor is right here. If you don't see like a dip buy here, it's gonna get nasty. Let me know if you're long in the chat. I'm just not interested. Like if it goes up, like so here's my take on this. So if I'm gonna buy long here, I want to see price get above. Like so let's just talk about this for a minute so you can see my thinking here. I don't mind buying this if price gets up here, okay? Like price comes up, comes back down, tests it, sees something like that, I can retest this and we're confirmed that we're going higher. I'll buy that shit. I'll buy that all day long. That's a 5-minute chart right now. This is all garbage down here for me, at least. My preference is to buy something cheap down here. For where price is currently.
So according to the White House, Biden invokes the Defense Production Act to spur domestic production of printed circuit boards.
The more time we spend down here, the more bullish it becomes, though. So I'll give bulls that. More time we're down here, more this flattens out, the more bullish we become. So I give the respect to bulls here and that stuff. But, you know, it's like, do I need this entire trade? Probably not. I need, like, price to get up here and just retest this. Just confirm the move higher. No need to give money away. So I need to see this. This right here I need to see. I'm going to draw it out for you. Really simple. Let me know in the chat if you're already long. Maybe you already are. Maybe you're like, yeah, fuck you, tip. I'm a dip buyer cap. But I really want to see something like this. This is what I want to see to go long. At this moment. Something like that. And then I want to take this part of the trade right there. Until I see that. I feel like there's just a trap sitting there waiting for me. I feel like I buy this long here, and then we just bloodbath it down, and then I'm like, fuck, I got a DCA. At least from my perspective, that's what I see. Now, with that, and it's still saying that, the longer we spend here, if we start doing this bullshit for like another 15 minutes, it's going to get very bullish. You are going to actually see this line here turn up. And you'll see this line here turn up. And this is actually becoming very bullish as time passes. So there's no trade for me here. At least, I guess it'd be easy to be like, yeah, you just put the risk on. But I don't like starting out Mondays. I hate starting out Mondays down. Down on a Monday and have to fight back the rest of the week. Let me know what you're doing in the chat. I think it's garbage. Yeah, already long calls here. I can see the point to be long calls here. I see that it's developing to buy calls here. The more time we spend here, the more bullish it gets. There's no other two ways about it. You're nothing but short? No way. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't think you're nothing but short.
Did you see Brent crude oil futures extend gains up over $2 to a session high of $77.07 a barrel?
398s they were 50 cents. Let's look at later in the week. Let's look a few days out here. 400 C's for tomorrow. There's 46,000 at 400 C. Oh yeah. Oh, the rope-a-dope. We got the rope-a-dope. Look at the 31st. Turnaround Tuesday. Bunch of call holders for Friday for 400C. Got the rope-a-dope going on right now. Oh, look at this turn of events here. Big old rope-a-doping. Bull trapping. Grinding away in the daily right now. Let's get that VIX up there so we can have a turnaround Tuesday tomorrow. Get that VIX pumping. Whoa. Oh, that hurt. Oh. Pain for the Bulls right now. Pain for the Bulls. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Pain for the Bulls right now. Pain. Oh, no. Oh, no. 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 Oh. Oh, no. Bulls letting it all hang out here. What's happening, Bulls? What are you doing? What's going on, Bulls? Bulls. God damn it, Bulls. It's going to turn in one of those fucking days, isn't it? Oh, man. Bulls getting demolished right now. 398s are at 44 cents. I'm so happy I didn't buy that
odds
shit.
Of U.S. recession in 12 months, up from 25%.
All right, so I'm not even going to look at those. Now I'm looking at 397s. Those are at 76 cents, 74 cents. Maybe we can get those at 50 cents. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, Bulls, what happened to you? Bulls getting demolished right now. Feeding the machine to go lower. Oh, man. Oh. Someone just slammed
This
their
stream is
laptop
sponsored
closed
by
at
To The
home,
Tick.
guaranteed.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market
Now
profile
trading
levels by signing up
395.82.
at tothetick.com.
Oh, bloodbath for the Bulls. Oh, bloody messy. Oh, now trading down to 395.75. Oh. It was me. Oh, Billy. Oh, Billy. Shit. Thank you for joining into the Captain Jim James show, where I tell you not to buy the fucking dip until it's ready. I got pretty close. I didn't get the 33. I got the 56 here. I should have bought that. I should have bought that right there, and I didn't. I'm over here crackling. I should have bought that one. It was close. 56 and 33. I mean, where are you? Hand grenades and horseshoes. So I'm still flat right now. I missed this just by fucking around on the stream. I would have bought that though, to be honest with you. I'm over here cackling on stream rather than buying a dip down here. That was a nice this is a juicy buy right here. Look at that. It's a gorgeous buy right there. Gorgeous. Like, look at that little beautiful. Oh, that's gorgeous. I didn't get to buy it. If it comes back, maybe it comes back down. Maybe I can get some juice right down here. Buy that one. I'll be patient. I'm waiting. Probably should have bought it, but whatever. Yeah, I got tears coming down my eyes. I do. I have like literal tears coming down my eyes. Oh yeah, come on down. Come on down to the cheap car lot. How's Vix doing? How's XLF doing out there? I haven't looked at anything real. I gotta look at stuff. Should have bought that fucking dip. Oh yeah, XLF ready to go. XLF's ready to rocket ship right now. XLF's about to start fucking ripping and pumping. Dude, come on back down for just a minute. Give me just like 5 seconds down here. XLF's looking like it's all hot and bothered. Yeah, just come on down for like 5 more minutes. You got the 1 minute. So Bears got the 1 minute, or they got the new low on 11:59. They still have another half an hour. They're not done here. You think this is still worthy of buying? I wish I had got this. I want to buy this right now. Even if it's only for a few minutes. Dude, the young Jim Bros are destroying right now. So I change this to white here so that we can at least see it. The young Jim Bros are way down here. Swellers are way down here. XLF has a gap they haven't filled. Down to 30.98. Man, I should have just bought that fucking thing. Let's look on the 5-minute real quick, see what that's looking like. Yeah, here's a bearish cross. I want a big warning to you, okay? It's a fairly big warning to you here, okay? If you're a bull here and you do take that long, the trade is probably only good to 2 places to be fearful of here is 396.21 and 396.76, okay? So 396.21 and 396.82. I'm going to give you a warning here, okay? One time today, one warning. We have a 5-minute bear aeroplane forming above right now. This is not usually good. Like you get this squeeze higher here. And then it's a very violent, usually violent, nasty reversal. So just be wary here of sellers above hiding. They're hiding right here. So I'm gonna snap a line here and show you where they're hiding. All right. They're hiding right in there, okay? Yeah, they're hiding right there. Just know these sellers are here. They're right here. This is a pretty big cross right here right now. This is like a chance this gives bears will take this opportunity to confirm the next leg down for the second half of the day. Right in here. This is very, very, very bearish right here, this crossover. So just be careful of it. See if I can 5 minutes. 396.84. So 396.84. Just like right up in here somewhere. Even if we get the squeeze here. Even if we get the squeeze above here. Let's say there's a big giant squeeze up here. They're coming right in here. So they're setting up like this, like there's a squeeze, but then there's a monster move lower. So just here, just this time frame right here. This is a 1-minute chart. You could see this big giant move up here, 396.86 or so, and then the blast down here. Believe it or not, that's pretty significant move here. Something like that. Just be conscious of it. The 5-minute is looking super bearish here. So you're watching the squeezing right now. 396.86 or so. You have your first target. We're just tagged right here, the young Jim Bros. And then you get your second one above at 396 and change. If you're trading a 1-minute chart. Nice squeeze higher right now, 396.29. See if you can get all the way up to 396.86 or ish, somewhere in there, 396.86 ish. Somewhere on the upside here. Oh, 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 oh.
Disney begins the first round of 7,000 expected job cuts.
Just brutal for bulls. Sell side just hammering bulls right now. Hammering. Woo. No, dude, no time for bulls. Bulls are just getting nothing here. 397 Cs. I'm looking at those. Those are 67 cents right now. No buy for me here. Now looking at 396 C. Those are $1.12. Gonna set those up. Whoa, not like nothing here. Sellers just like slam dunking on bulls right now. Slam dunking. Come on, baby, come down to Captain James. Cheap used call lot. Come on down to Captain Jim James. Cheap used call lot. Let me make sure I got that right. I might have changed the exact number here, but it's getting slammed right now. Bull's just getting buried. Just unloading on bulls here. Is the stream behind? Okay, I'm going to give you a time. Ready? I'm going to give you what time it is right now on my end. I'm going to tell you a few things here. So it's 12:07. I've got 12:07 here. See if I can get an exact time for you. So it's 12:07 right now. If you're watching via YouTube, there's a cogwheel down on the bottom. You click on it. That's preferences. And if you're trying to take a trade with me, or paper trade a trade with me, whatever it is you do, you want to click that cogwheel, click preferences and playback speed, and then click ×2, I believe. I'll sound weird, and then it'll be real time. Now, I do want to let you know that YouTube natively slows down or delays live streams. You can always watch us on Twitch, and it's only a 4-second delay natively on Twitch. So if you're looking for real time, Twitch is really great. You can also, I think, detach the chat, and I think you can switch. You can like have one monitor open and still have it playing in the background, where like YouTube doesn't allow you all that shit. So there are some benefits, depending on what you're looking for. There are some benefits to using Twitch, so that you're real time with me. Also, sometimes your own browser might be delayed, so you can always just reset the entire web page. Oh, SPY now trading 395.64. Ooh. Let me look at SPY and see if I can get down here in SPY and buy this. Oh, yeah, dude. Blood in SPY right now.
ECB Schnabel says it's not easy to say how restrictive rates are.
395.31. Update this a little bit. Somewhere down in there. Ooh. Big, huge bear flag on the 5-minute. Just look at that big giant crossover on the SPY.
Tick Strike allows
We
you
have
to
some more
actually
price
hear
targets
order
down
flow
below.
futures,
Captain saying he
forex,
wants
and
to
stock
buy
instruments. Get a
395.31.
free trial at
This is what I want to buy down
tickstrike.com.
here. $394.49. $394.49. $394.49 right down here. I'm interested in that right there. $394.02. All this down here. A couple of areas of interest. We got the pivot down below. Look at that. Look at that gore, dude. Look at how bearish that is, dude. Oh. Look at that gorgeous chart. If you're a bear out there and you're watching this, it's absolutely fucking beautiful. Down here, just Just sellers coming in trying to nail some new lows. Targets here, here, and here at 393.64. Just gorgeous right now. I want to buy this right here. This is a daily trigger here. So we got the hourly trigger right here. Some confluence of triggers down in here. Oh, dude, so beautiful. Just gorgeous. Oh, look at how beautiful that is. Just look at that gorgeousness right there. Look at that
ECB
right there.
Schnabel says there's no sign of weakening in the labor market.
Look at that beautiful. Look at this crossover right here. Pumping, pumping. Get underneath trend. Reject trend. Come on back down here and slam down to 392. Erase this entire move right here. Bears would be partying down here. It's so bearish in here. Look at how bearish and beautiful that is. And Cap's like, yeah, I'm going to buy this shit right here and rip this thing forward. But this crossover right here, man, this is looking pretty bearish here, isn't it? Pretty bearish here. Pretty bearish. So now back to a 1 minute chart. Bear's like, yeah, bring it up here so I can reload for the next level down. Look at that. Young gym bros are like, get out of my face,
Schnabel
dog.
says there's no real
Going
concern
straight
about
down.
financial stability risks. The situation is still fragile.
Yeah, it's a beautiful short setting up right now. It's a gorgeous short in the 5 minute at least. I mean, look, this is like textbook, right? Textbook bloodbath coming in right now. And like the young gym bros aren't even giving up the one right here. This is a 5 minute chart, but that yellow line is the 1 minute on a 5 minute
Schnabel
chart.
says core inflation
They're
is
just
still
teeing
on the
off right here.
upside.
Man, I might have to take a short here. If we can get up there, if we could squeeze up there, I'm interested in one. Like there, maybe. Otherwise, I've just been looking for a bottoming, and I haven't seen any bottoming. ES at midpoint of hourly channel. Time to make a decision. Hey, Jared, how are you? Good morning. Fake green candle in the 1 minute. NVDA does look like a good short here. Will you look to go short? Leg day, baby. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately?
ECB Schnabel says we must.
Why do I have
assess
to look
how
at myself in
recent
the mirror?
turmoil affects lending.
My wife is hot. You guys have seen pictures of my wife. I got a hot wife. Who do I have to look good for? You? I'm in put spreads on NVIDIA. No sweating here. We go gym bros taking off the pump covers to reveal the wife beater and pajama pants combo.
ECB Schnabel says we must see if
Time
the
to
previous
dumbbell curl
baseline still
right
holds.
in front of the rack. What's the question here? Haven't seen her show proof? I've showed tons of proof. You guys have seen pictures and video. If you haven't, you must be new to the channel. Show proof. My wife is hot too. Amazing. She loves me. Yeah. You guys have seen my wife. Blonde, blue-eyed, and beautiful. This is not a wife swapping site. Do you in Lyft, bro? You guys want some pump? You guys want me to start lifting some weights right now? Ugh. I got my weights over here. Hold on. I got my weights here. Also saw our boyfriend. Yeah, I might take a break here and actually start lifting some weights. Hold on a second. I might take a break here in just a minute. 1 minute squeeze right now. Let's look at that 5 minute here. This is a 5 minute chart. Want to be watching this right here and see what happens. Want to see what the reaction is here. Does it squeeze? Do they tee off here? Do they tee off here? We also have the swellers coming lower right now. They're now at 396.66. Nice barrel plane here. See if the sellers can maintain control and get down to my price of 395.31. Oh, your wife is Persian? Woo! Let's see if the bears can tee off here or not, or if this is all over. If you are looking for a reversal trade here, the safer trade is, of course, price above 396.66. You'd also want to see price above 396.79 and a retest of both of those levels to get bullish here at this point. Otherwise, we're in a sell environment. Yeah, it's a bizarre chat. Some of the who said that? This is a bizarre chat. So you guys in YouTube can't see the chat in Twitch. There's like a Twitch chat and a YouTube chat. So I'm addressing two different kinds of people. But who said that? Was that Avery or Aveberry said that? Yeah, Aveberry. I think we've got people that are new to the chat in here, Avery. I saw someone post above. I don't recognize that guy's name. I don't know who he is. But welcome, whoever you are. Whoever said that earlier. I see some people that are in the chat that I'm like, I've never seen that guy before. But that doesn't mean you can't be here or make comments. I'm fine with that. I like ribbon. You guys can rib all day long. Yeah, Chase Winters saying his wife is Persian and she's beautiful. Hey, Mr. Warriors, how are you? How you been? Okay, so Jay Finello is asking, what is a barrow plane? So we'll look at that real quick, what a barrow plane is. And a bull plane, I guess, a bull plane. We'll look at what those are, what they mean. Let's let me mute this real quick for you so we can catch some of you guys up. Okay. So just intraday trend. We used to trade just the 1 minute chart here. Used to be what we traded. Try to put it on 5 minutes for people just to slow down the action so people can see or jump on a trade with more conviction. So I'm going to show you two things, okay? We're on a 5 minute chart right here, okay? I'm gonna get rid of this yellow line here for a minute just so you can see this. Okay. Done. I wish I could. Maybe I could put this on SPY or SPX real quick. Do it on SPX. Pretty simple here. 5 minute chart. This is SPX, okay? On a 5 minute chart. You want to see some stuff happening, okay, in a 5 minute chart. So SPX right now. This is the SPY. This is SPX. You want to see price get above 39.78 right now on this 5 minute chart and start to trade higher. This is as long as price stays above this white line, you can take a bullish trade here with a stop underneath it, okay? Typically. And you'll see it right here, right? We're staying on the white line, follow the white line, follow the white line. Break below the white line right now in SPX. And there's no trade for a bull until you get back above and actually retest that white line usually here. You can see the sellers right now, though, are above that white line. They're trying to sell it down, sell it down, sell it down on SPX. Now on SPY specifically, we're going to go back to SPY. And I want you to see when the price is above, fairly simple, right? So just intraday day trading. If price stays above the white line, you can see that we're bullish. If price goes below the white line, we're bearish, right? Make sense? White line underneath. Now, bull bull planes, bear planes, bulloplane, barrowplane, doesn't matter. You're looking for some kind of a hint as to what's coming. So I want you to see these crosses here. I want you to take a look at this cross right here. And that is a bull plane. White line crossing above and over the red line, right? And a bear plane is when the white line crosses over white line crosses over the red line here. You can actually see it back here too, right? You can see the crossover here. Price gets underneath, rejects, confirms that it's going lower, and we get the bloodbath into the bell. And so right now, just looking at it right now, price action wise, you're watching a bear plane here develop, right? Now, when you see this bear plane developing, bears here really want to see confirmation that we're going lower. So on price at least, right? And on price at least, they're looking for bam, confirmation, bam, confirmation. There it is for the lower lows right there, right? If you wanted to take a call here, not only there's two things to think about here. There's like a 1 minute trade from here to here for bulls, but then you'd have to take profits. Like right here, you should be taking profit as a bull in a 1 minute chart, right? You should be take money off the table, and then what you're doing is you're looking for price to get above the 396.79, and mostly over time a retest confirmation for a longer trade. Like, hey, we're gonna be long all day long here, that kind of stuff. And what you'd be looking for is a reversal, right? Some kind of reversal. So some other things that you're looking for here too, which is the white and red line. If this white line had been continuing down here and not flattening out, it would be extremely bearish. But where you see the line kind of flattening out now, you're seeing velocity to the downside for the bears is slowing. Okay. And now you're seeing these lines kind of flatten out. When you're seeing these lines flatten out, it becomes more bullish, believe it or not. This is velocity talking, right? On a very bearish day, you would have seen this white line heading lower and price heading lower. So now you're seeing a more of a bullish resolution to price at the moment. Make sense? So up here, so just as we trade up here on this 5 minute, 396, you'd be taking profit here, right? And there should be a squeeze higher, right? But then it would come back down. So you like if you take a trade here, right? Let's say you buy this for 50 cents, it'll go up to like 75 cents, come back down and go to like 48 cents. So you have to be like really fast on a 1 minute. But then down here, there's actually a confirmation trade for the rest of the day to become super duper bullish above. Make sense? So 1 minute, 5 minutes, and what do they mean over time? So right here, nice fat squeeze higher right here. Swellers being squeezed and overrun currently. These are the young gym bros down here. Let's look at a 1 minute chart. Kind of see this beautiful, 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 beautiful squeeze above here, right? Hold on a second here. You want to see also make sure that as we head into this is a 1 minute chart, we squeeze up here. You want to also see this change right here. Squeeze higher, come back down, retest right here, and then we're off and running for a bull trade higher. Make sense? Hopefully that helps. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Price now above the 1 minute on the 5 minute chart.
S&P Global Rating says U.S. economic outlook sees resilience so far, but downside risks are rising.
Last of the sellers here. We'll see if the sellers can send it back down or not. If not, taking a nice long call here. Yeah, you've got so I've got them set today. I change them every day because they're not EMAs. But I have to adjust them every day. Right now, the 6 is set to. There's the 6. So this 6 on a 5-minute chart. This is that 1 minute from the 1 minute chart. Let me see if I can bring these over so you can see them. I've got them set today to 6:27 and looks like 129. Yeah, 129 for today. 6:27, 129. They change every day. Not every day, but every week or so, every few days, 3 or 4 days. So here's the expression of them on where I can actually do the math for them. See this gorgeous dip buy right here? So this is the SPY right now. See that nice little dip buy on the 1. Nice little dip buy here on the weekly and the daily. Or sorry, the daily. Yeah, daily and weekly dip buy on the 1 minute. You can see the hourly trend just below on SPY here. I don't know if you can see that. Nice confluence. 1, 2, 3, 4 triggers. 2 more triggers down below. Gorgeous buy right down here. You can see the confluence on the monthly and the hourly. See this beautiful buy right here. Bought this one, and now looking for a squeeze higher above here. Easy Nat X is saying, have you got your eyes on a cheap call? Yeah, I'm looking at calls right now. I want to buy some calls here. I'm gonna buy some calls here, and then I'm gonna take a break. So I see this price get above here. I know these sellers are here right now. These are where the sellers are right here. We call them swellers and gym bros. Should get a nice squeeze, 397.93 if we can get through here. It's now 12:29. Bears unable to get a new low into the full hour here. It's now 12:30. Bears not able to get a new low on their 15-minute. Probably should see a squeeze come up here in just a moment. Now trading 396.94. Now 12:30 on the hourly. Bears have given up any bearishness that's in the market here. Should start to see a squeeze higher. We did not get a new low on the hourly. So right here, 12:27. Failure to get a new low. You got the new low back here at 12:09. Failure to get the new low down below here at 12:27. Should we make a move higher from this point? Geez, 870 viewers. Not too bad. On the road now, Cap. I got you on the phone and still in calls. Derivative yield still in calls. Alexander Novik saying looking to sell the 4015. E-Trade and shorts. Oh man, they're doing it again. Jimbro's hitting the offer. I want to short reload, fellas. 0 or tomorrow's working limit sell. Yes. I'm new to the channel. I use basic EMAs 1348 200 and view up along with RSI and MACD. Can you explain the reasoning for changing your EMAs? Yeah, I don't normally use EMAs, Jay Moore. I use I use Elliott Wave fractals. Have you ever into those calls? No, I'm still not in calls yet. E-Trade and shorts, but I do have some set up right now. I'm looking at those 397s again. They all heard about your wife. Way to go, General Cup. Oh, is that STT View Voyager? Tesla new lows, famous. Hit that like button. Here, let me see what you guys are saying here. Have you guys had some cheap calls? Yeah, I'm looking at 397Cs. Any thoughts on the SPY just not picking up off the map on the sub-river map on TradingView? It's almost like it's basing like end of December. My puts are fucked, I'm guessing. SPX 4000 now taking over as high Gex. I've had a party in my pants if we hit that. Marco has a new note. Good to see IWM leading today. What is that bubble indicator on the left? Looks like a volume indicator. That's on the left-hand side. Is that, if you're talking about this, that's Bookmap? Remember when we were happy to break 60? I'm out of 0 dates, but holding Friday calls. Well, I'm missing some of what you guys are saying here. I'm out of 0 dates, but holding with Friday calls. I'm long 5 positions for dates. I'm out of 0 dates, but holding Friday calls. I'm long 5 positions for day, your dates. Let me know if I got that right. Going to do some research and then thanks, Cap. Yeah, Elliott Wave fractals. I'll try to post some. I've got some white papers and that stuff, so I'll try to post them for you. Let's look back on the 1 minute and the 5 minute really quick. Sellers still in charge right now. So you've got so I just want to show you this in the 5 minute. So here's that barrow plane right here. You can see it forming right here. You see it? And you've got the hold on a second here. Let me see if I can do this better here. Hold on a second here. So I want you to see that price wasn't able to get above. I want you to see price came above. Sellers still stepping in here, right? On this down below here. So still no trade here. Price above and no retest here, right? This retest was invalidated to go higher. You see that? So on the 1 minute chart, at least at the moment, Still no trade for, in my view, trade for bulls on a longer time frame. So sellers, man, still setting up in here trying to sell this market down right now. I am looking at 397 Cs. I've been bouncing around in calls, trying to buy some calls in there. Still no dice for me. What you're always looking for too here is for price to get above, and then a successful retest, right, for that bullish trade higher. This is actually where the money is in the trade right there. Hold on here. One minute chart. Nice, beautiful rip higher. Sellers stepping right back in. No conviction from the bulls at this point. Cap wants to buy down here at 395.31. Still hasn't proven itself yet. No proof in this trade yet. Young Jim Bros now up here. Can we get a white paper section in the Discord? I think we have one. I think it's I think it's a data. There's like a data room in there. Or maybe something permanent, you're saying? Yeah, that might be good. So we might need to add that room. So if we do like a white paper room, then it wouldn't be too cluttered, would it? I know that Winky is working on, or is going to be working on, like the website. We're going to be so we'll have white papers on the website, and then we'll have basic financial education for people, man, like economics 8th grade stuff. Like, this is what a savings account is. This is how you fund your day trading with a savings account. You're out of 0 dates, but holding Friday calls. I'm long 5 positions on. Yeah, just wait for so just some guy, just hang tight because we're launching a new website. And if you guys just have some pay, we're trying, I think, for, I believe it's mid-May or the first week or second week of May to have the website public. So there should be some kind of beta testing in mid-April, late April for you guys. And then I believe it's early or mid-May should be the launch. Yeah, XLF is doing really well, E-Trading Shorts. XLF's doing outstanding right now. FRC still holding up just fine. I'm happy on FRC right now. I got no problems with FRC here. There is a gap down below at FRC between 1232 and 1289 that I've got some concern on, but other than that, if that gap closes, XLF has a gap on it as well. So there'll always be a free option here for you. There's no costs. Well, there are costs. If you want to pay for the data, there is costs. But there'll always be a free option. You can. I think it's more along the lines of if you can get by with what's offered, and you'll be able to like weave and duck to get around everything, and then the stuff that costs money costs me big money. Costs me 30,000 a month. So I have to, if you want those things, you have to pay for them. There are traders that want that stuff. They want the data. Didn't I give you, Lord Penta, didn't I give you some targets for Tesla already? I swore I did. Let's look at Tesla. Thought I said 187.11. Didn't I say 187.11? 187.11 on Tesla. You get a barrel plane right now on Tesla. On the hourly, the 1 minute and the 5 minutes coming down. That's usually pretty bearish on Tesla. So 187.20 is where it's at right now for Tesla. Winky's saying if you just step back and think about just how badly people that were big short the market were getting owned prior to the bank run, that was created by one guy removing 100 million from one bank. It's kind of amazing and funny that nobody has connected those two. Yeah, I agree with that, Winky. Yeah, there's a pretty vicious. Here, I'll show you guys this on Tesla real quick. There's a pretty vicious bearish. I wanted to show you guys something here. I don't know if this plays out or not, of course. Not a fucking crystal ball, but I want you to see this on Tesla here. So just on Tesla right here. I want you to see this hourly right here, right? Oh, that's a 5 minute, excuse me. You have this on your chart already, this red and this white line, okay? This is a 1 minute chart we're looking at here. The key here, though, is on the hourly, back here at 192. You just do a green box right here. 192, okay? And then I want you to do another box down below at 187.13. And you can just draw those two boxes, then the one at the red and white line will help you. So let me draw this out for you on a Tesla chart. So this is Tesla in a 1 minute. This is on Webull. You should have this at home, right? 192.03. So you can just draw your own box here, 192.03. Right there. You just draw this. You make this a green box. Okay. Now this is hourly trend on Tesla right here. Okay. And then you have daily trend on Tesla, 187.17. Make this one yellow right here. What I want you to see, though, is the important part of this. What I want you to see here is that this white line and this red line coming over this hourly here is forming what's called a bearish three-trigger cluster. So I'm going to show you two setups for Tesla here. This is just a 1 minute chart here, okay? Even if price comes back up here, because you have this cluster, there should be a lot of violence here for a move lower down to this 187 here. Okay? There should be. Now, with all that said, you can't take a call here unless price gets above this cluster. So price would need to trade above here. And then you would want to see both the white and red line get underneath here. And even then, you're looking for the retest of price. Hold here. You want to see you want to see it retest, then come up, and you actually just set up the calls. And once that is proven, you can then take that blast off trade for Tesla. Does that make sense? Like, you have development time. There's work to be done in here as a bear for you to take this trade higher. All this is like, all this stuff that you see here, there's no trade for you as a bull until it retests. You get the cluster on your side. to then to make it bullish. Make sense? Otherwise, you're just guessing in here. You're just like throwing shit out the window, money out the window. There's really no trade here for you. And if you're just looking at this baseline here, this is bearish. Price is below all of these things. So there's no development on the bullish side for Tesla here. There's nothing saying to you, yeah, we're bullish. Now, another key here, though, is this. If price fails to make a new low, and if it, like, you don't get a new low every 15 minutes to and on the hourly and the half hour and stuff, and you start to see these lines flatten out here, the white and red flatten out, no new lows, right? That gives you some indication that we're going to begin to trade higher. So until you see that, there's still no bullish trade here for Tesla. Does that make sense? So if you're like eyeballing this right here, like, hey, can I buy this dip? Any of the indicators of we're done going down still haven't been proven. So what are you trying to accomplish here? Like, I'm going to buy 190 because it's 190. Sure, you can do that. How long is it good for, though? Is it good to 191.34? Is it good to 192? Is it good to 193? Do you see what I'm saying? So this is just another place for a bear to tee off here and send it lower. Does that make sense? So when you're asking, like, can I buy this? And I give you places. Earlier this morning I said to you, this is your hourly, this is your daily. You can set this right up on any chart at home. And you got your EMAs here showing you and what you're looking for to even enter a trade, right? So as a bull, what you're looking for is the white and red line to flatten out and for price to be above them. And you want to see a retest of those things so you can get your fat ass bull cluster here, right? Your 3 trigger cluster to go higher, right? Gorgeous 1, 2, and 3. And a retest. This is proof here, right? We squeeze, right? Squeezes are not bullish. We come back and retest, and we start taking off. That's your bullish confirmation. That's when you've got the calls set up, and you're going to run this up higher, right? Until that happens, though, this looks bearish to me. This looks bearish. We just got a new low on Tesla. So Tesla just got a new low at 189.94. So bears don't have to do anything right now. They're not required to. It's 1249, right? They got this at 1248. They got their new low. So they actually have until 1 o'clock to get a new low. Like 1 to 1:15, they can take a new low. They've got all the breathing room in the world right here. Bears are in charge of Tesla currently. There isn't really like you'd want to see it like 12:15. You'd want to see a no new low, right? So you have the new low, but then you have a higher low right here. Like, you'd want to see the work being done for you to even get involved in this over a period of time, like 5 days, a month, something like that. I mean, just look at this here, right? Just look at it right here. This is a 5-minute chart, right? You've got the crossover on the one. Look at the bear flag or the bear plane forming up right now on Tesla. It's right here. It's just begging for a squeeze to 192.75 to take this down. So 192.75. Maybe you have a trade to 192.75 on Tesla. Like right up in here, you might have a trade. Right? You might have this trade. But it's still hella dangerous, right? At any moment they can send this right down on you. So you're looking for this. You're looking for some work in here. Tesla needs some work for you to be taking trades without risk. I guess on a 1 minute time frame, yes, there's a trade on Tesla, but on a higher time frame for a longer period of time, there is not at this moment. SPY positive here. SPY's looking better, recovering a little bit. Good to see this right here. More time spent. So you see this right here? If you're looking at Tesla, right? You see how SPY had a new low, right? new low, but then right here you hit a failure of a new low. Higher low, right? Starting to get above now the 1 and 5 minute, the red line and the white line, starting to turn bullish. So all this work has not been done on Tesla at this point. All the work that you see done on SPY in here has not been done on Tesla here. You see what I'm saying? So you want to see all of this constructive work for Tesla or for SPY to become bullish. See all this nice work being done? You're not seeing that on SPY at Tesla at the moment, are you? You're not seeing that yet, right? New low, new low, new low. These are all bearish overall on Tesla. And so like catching knives on Tesla, there's no need to. You just wait until it shows you, right? The move is higher. What you're waiting for higher lows, consolidation, time at price, right? We've spent a lot of time here in price on SPY, and no moves lower, right? So the longer we spend here, the more supportive it becomes for SPY, and yet we still need price on SPY above the 5 minute. So let's look at the 5 minute chart on SPY. We're still not seeing that crossover, right? See that white and red line here? I want you to see it. You're still seeing sellers. Sellers are pushing down here, right? Pushing down here and trying to sell. So you can tell right now in SPY there's still a hedge on the market. SPY is being hedged right now. There's sell-side hedge funds with size on this market slamming down the SPY right now. So even though we have this consolidation going on here, right in here, I still need price to get above this red and confirm the trade higher. Right? I want to see squeeze higher, right? Confirm, set up some calls, and if I see this push higher here, I'm on them. Like bam, calls. This is almost a guaranteed rip. This is almost guaranteed money. It's like guaranteed money on the upside. Like it prints not every time, but like 70%, 90%, 80% of the time, it prints up here. Otherwise, this is all garbage, right? Time's passing, theta burns passing, people getting ate up in here on calls, right? People just getting torched, especially on like 0-date stuff. Yeah, if you talk to like Joe Donut's got it in the background, he knows he can attest any of this that so here, let's look at Tesla one more time. So just right in here, watch all this stuff going on right now with Tesla. Like I want to see price. This is what I want to see for Tesla. I want to see this line come over here. I want to see this line get under here. I want to see this line come up here. And I want to see the price of Tesla, like the physical price of Tesla. Hold on here. I want to see the physical price of Tesla not just come up to 190, 180. I want to see it squeeze and then retest this 190, 180 and not fail. I don't want to see like the squeeze here and then boom, it's just another opportunity to bloodbath it down. That's where the trap is for bulls right here. I want to see this develop so that I can take a call with confidence. That's the confident trade right there. Because this shit happens all day long, right? We see this happen on individual tickers, SPY. See this all the time, right? When you see like traders that only win 5 trades, 4 trades, then they burn down like 6 trades or 7 trades in a day. It's always on this shit right here. It's too early into the trade. You know, and I used to take these trades of people all day long on stream. Like, I'm not anti, like, you taking a call from 191 up here to 192, or even up here to 192.72. What I'm saying to you is, and I do that. I scalp all the time, but as far as streaming with you guys, all the time, I'd be like, all the time I'm in here and stream, and people are like, well, you know, like, Cap bought this. Like, Captain bought this. I bought it right here. Captain sold right here. I thought it was going to continue higher, and I held it to here, and it bloodbathed and returned down lower, and now I got torched. I lost 10 grand. So I'm like, I can't deal with this in stream anymore. It has to be like a setup for people that's like for an hour, 5 hours a day, something like that. So you want to see that. Now, this is all healthy here. I'm looking at the SPY right now on a 1 minute. This is all good for the SPY. All this good consolidation down here. And you heard me say earlier, I said I wanted to buy 395.53, right? So this is what I'm trying to buy. So look so you can just see what I'm trying to buy. So I see the consolidation here, right? Trying to sell down here, trying to get above. Bulls trying to get above. All I want to do is get down here. 1, 2, 3. And take my trade here if I can. Does that make sense? This is the one that I want. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. And sometimes that 3 even is a bloodbath briefly, and then you get your slingshot higher. So with you, at least on streaming with you, I'm like, yeah, I'm setting these trades up, and they just haven't happened yet. Now, could I have bought this down here? We knew that this would bounce earlier, right? We knew that this would bounce earlier. But how long is that trade good for? And I'm not willing to anymore. I've passed on taking 1 minute trades with people in stream, mostly because of the high danger here. On like streaming wise, at least. It's all about streaming. If I was sitting in a room with you, it was like you and I sitting there, I'd be like, yeah, well, we're to take this trade right here. We're gonna make some fat cash and be done for the day. But if we can't get that on a stream, what we do is we're looking for a two-folded thing. I'm looking for some proof in the pudding so that I can talk to you guys and say, yeah, right here, man, like it's the moment that price gets above, right, and retests and confirms, let's take a fucking trade together, right? If it doesn't, and we come back down here and we get that last test, yeah, let's do this trade right here. Does that make sense? So I don't know. Maybe it does or doesn't. I don't know. Young Jim Bro still messing around down below. Take a look around the market really quick. We'll look at the VIX. Yeah, VIX looks like it wants to eat a bag of dicks here in just a minute. HYG, take a look at HYG. HYG is getting bullish right now. Yeah, I want to buy a dip so fucking bad right now, I'll be honest with you. I want to buy a fucking dip so bad here. Like, I want to buy this real bad right now. It's like the most of any time today. Let's have a look again. No, I can't do it, dude. This fucking bear flat or this bear crossover here. I want to buy this dip so fucking bad right now. I can't lie to you. Like, I want this trade right now. Because I'm looking at HYG and I'm like, yeah, it looks bullish. Let's look at XLY, XLK. Yeah, XLY is kind of dog shit. It's okay. XLK is kind of squeezy. Looked at HYG. Let's look at Dixie really quick. Dixie looks like it wants to start selling. Yeah, it's looking bullish as fuck here. Dixie looks like it wants to fall off the side of the world. Man, I want to buy this so fucking bad. Yeah, and I got my cheap ass is like I just want that fucking cheap fucking call to buy right there. Like I want this so fucking bad. And you know what it's telling me? It's like just buy some calls, man. Just buy some calls. We're going higher. Just jump on the train, Jim. Just jump on the train, bro. We're going up. You already know it. Stop being such a cheapo. Squeezing higher now. Trading 396.75. Yeah, I'm being cheap. I'm being cheaper than I should be right now. Maybe I should just put some calls on and come back. Take a break. All right, I'm long some calls. I'm long a small position. I'm long a small position of some calls. I'm with you. I'm with the Bulls. We'll see if the Bulls can put it together here. So I'm long some calls here. We'll see if Bulls can actually put it together. Give me some squeeze, baby. See if the Bulls can do it here. $396.52. You want to see that hold? $396.52. You want to see that hold if you're a bull here? $396.52. Just mark that down for yourself. Put it back on. This is a 1 minute chart. I'm going to change this right here. 396.52. 396.52. Want to see that hold? Swellers are right here still. Haven't left. Price target on the high is going to be, we've got 396.97 here. Price target on the high is going to be R1 right here, 397.93. Some more targets above here. You've got 390.90, and then our two above here, 400. Some targets on the high. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break here. It's 1:07 in the afternoon. Bulls have until 1:30 to get a new high right now, and that is at 396.96. Bulls need to get a new high by 1:15, and then by 1:30 they want to be tagging 397.93. I am long the market here. Bulls need to also hold currently 396.52. We'll see if we can get a squeeze out of all this nonsense down here. Now trading 396.94. Thought I was going to take a break, and now I'm fucking not taking a break. Trading 396.90, 396.91. Remember, we need to get a new high on the 15-minute here. And then on the half an hour, 397.93, the target above. Or a failure to make it. You need to break past these sellers here, the sellers here, almost above these sellers right now. If you watch closely on Bookmap just below right here, we need to break these sellers right here to start squeezing higher. Let's have a look higher and see if we can see anything here. Yeah, you see these sellers here on Bookmap? See my cursor right here? These sellers are trying to just stop any kind of a squeeze here. There's a hedge on the market right now. Kind of see it. These sellers just don't want us going higher. See it right here. And if these sellers, if we can break through these sellers at any point, we're going to start squeezing. So they're still just sitting here right above. See them right here selling, right here selling, right here selling. Give me like I don't want to sit here and fuck with this. Let's see if I can. Should I leave it on the 5-minute or on the? I'll leave it on the 5-minute. Right here. I'm gonna leave it on the 5-minute. I'm gonna take a quick break. Ooh, on there. Leave that right there. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I got to go potty real quick. And I got to get some coffee. And I'll be right back in like 5 minutes here. Stay on stream with me. I'm going to put on something in the background for you to listen to. Also, Fed swaps are showing once again that hikes are more likely than not for May. S&P GR, U.S. Economic Outlook, sees resilience so far, but downside risks are rising. I agree with that statement. Disney begins the first round of 7,000 expected job cuts. Goldman Sachs sees 35% odds of a U.S. recession in 12 months, up from 25%. Biden invokes the Defense Production Act to boost domestic printed circuit board production. That's from the White House. Fed's bar to say we intend to propose long-term debt requirements for large regional banks, as well as to improve stress testing and investigate changes to liquidity rules. Fed's bar is also saying the impact of SVB's failure appeared to be widespread, threatening the entire banking system. What else did he say this morning? We are determined to hold the Federal Reserve fully accountable for any supervisory or regulatory failures involving SVB. We are prepared to use all of our tools to keep the system safe for any size institution. That's Fed's bar this morning. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
flow screen. I mean, Peter talked about some of the areas that are attractive. I think energy falls into that category. But look at companies that have strong current cash flow, not those that have great cash flow growth potentially in the future. That will be tech. That might work if the Fed aggressively has to reverse course and cut interest rates. That doesn't seem likely to me in this stubborn inflation environment. So focus on low price to cash flow across sectors and across countries.
All right, we'll leave it there. So much news. We've got Bloomberg headlines. We've got Netanyahu headlines. We've got an auction to get through. You guys, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it. Jeff Kleintop, Peter Bookvar, and of course, Dom Chu. Let's turn to Rick Santelli and start with that auction. 2 year, I think it was. Rick, how'd it go over?
Yes, 2 years to be exact, 42 billion of them kicking off a trifecta of supply twos, 5 sevens that'll equal 120 billion. How did it start off? Horribly weak. That's how. A D minus, dog minus. This was one not pretty auction from top to bottom. As you look at an intraday of twos, you could clearly see the market voted. So 3.954 is the yield. It's the first yield at an auction for twos that's under 4% since August, so last summer. And if you consider the fact that most of the metrics were just horribly weak, the worst bid to cover since November of 21 at 2.44. The 10 auction average is 2.62. But what's really fascinating here is, why didn't investors flock to this? Well, maybe it's because the banks are doing better today. Maybe it's the FDIC story. But one thing I can tell you for sure,
Surely
based on
expecting
all
results
the
from the
rumblings
Fed
I've been
reverse
hearing
repo
all
facility.
weekend and this morning, it's probably more of avoidance than it is about a statement that they're thinking that yields are going to go straight back up. Been an awful lot of volatility, and I think traders rather forego the auction and monitor the secondary market. Kelly, back to you.
Thank you very much. 4.008. That's the 2 year. Coming up, backing the banks. Is there more rescue money on the way? And what could it cost lawmakers to strike a deal on Capitol Hill? Goldman's chief political economist is on deck. But first, while TikTok's CEO was being grilled on Capitol Hill, Apple's CEO was making his first known trip to China since the pandemic. We'll tell you why. And as we head to break, here's a look at the markets. As we mentioned, the Nasdaq underperforming, down 0.5% today. Russells are up 1% as the regional banks rebound somewhat. 10-year back to 352, S&P at 39.77. We're only up 7 points. We're back after
98
this.
counterparties take $2.22 trillion of the Fed reverse repo operation. Also hearing from Israel, PM Netanyahu says that Israel have to delay the legal overhaul push.
The Exchange on CNBC.
Lily, welcome to our third Barkery.
Oh, I can tell business is going through the woo.
But seriously, we need a reliable way to help keep everyone connected from wherever we go.
Well, at AT&T, we'll help you find the right wireless plan for you, so you can stay connected to all your drivers and stores on America's most reliable 5G network.
That sounds just perfect.
Terrierific.
I Labrador you.
Round of applause.
AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure for your business.
The first time your sales reached 100K with GoDaddy was also the first time your profits left you speechless. At the counter or on the go, save 20% with the lowest transaction fees and keep more of what you make. Start saving today at GoDaddy.com.
March 29th, join a world-class gathering of CEOs, scientists, investors, and innovators reinventing the future of medicine. Register now at cnbcevents.com/healthyreturns.
Strategy at the market's crucial moments.
We are now in the closing bell market zone.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is here. Right now, we're offering 50% off site-wide. The only number that hasn't changed is our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. And if you've never tried Omaha Steaks, save an extra $30 with promo code FIRSTTIME. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today. Why wouldn't you want to save 50% on 100% satisfaction?
You deserve a better credit score.
Whoa.
Chime can help no matter where you're at.
Whoa.
Because with everyday purchases and on-time payments,
Whoa.
things can happen a lot easier.
Whoa.
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 Whoa. Oh, you deserve some credit.
Whoa.
Get started at chime.com.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Only 48 hours after the TikTok CEO's grilling on Capitol Hill, Apple CEO Tim Cook made his first known visit to Beijing since the pandemic to attend the state-sponsored China Development Forum. And Alibaba co-founder Jack Ma has also resurfaced in the mainland after spending more than a year away and largely out of public view. These high-profile appearances come amid Beijing's efforts to boost its economy and restore confidence in the business sector. But at the same time, last week authorities raided the offices of U.S. company Mintz Group and detained 5 employees. So what message is Beijing sending, really? Our Eunice Yoon is there covering the CEO summit where Cook appeared. She joins us now alongside Brian Sullivan, who has details on a newly announced multi-billion-dollar investment in China by Saudi Aramco. Welcome to both of you. Eunice, let's start with you. And what are you hearing?
Well, Beijing wants, Kelly, CEOs to make sure that they hear that this country is dedicated to an open China. President Xi Jinping's chief of staff read a letter at the forum that was from his boss in an effort to try to reassure the audience that China really does welcome international business. Now, in public, the bosses of Apple, of Pfizer, of Bridgewater, as well as others, had expressed their support for China's growth. In fact, Tim Cook had said at one of the side sessions that Apple and China have had a symbiotic kind of relationship. Also, Pfizer's Albert Bourla told me that the drug giant was aligned with China's Healthy 2030 initiative and would contribute as much as it could. The forum, though, couldn't escape the worries about the souring U.S.-China relationship. Not only were many fewer U.S. CEOs here for the forum this year, but also the mood at the forum was very pessimistic. Kelly?
Many fewer CEOs. So the fact that Tim Cook showed up is even a bigger deal. Why did most people stay home?
Well, a lot of people decided to stay home because they were concerned about the geopolitical situation. There were so many people and companies that were saying to me that they just felt like it would be a really bad look. The optics would be terrible for D.C. when D.C. and Congress is holding a lot of hearings about U.S.-China relations. So that's one thing that's been on people's minds. Also, the overall business climate is something that a lot of companies are worrying about and seeing as a risk. You mentioned the Mintz Group. They're not the only ones. The Japanese drug maker just in the past couple of days has said that one of its employees has also been detained, and they're working with the Japanese authorities to try to figure out exactly why the Chinese authorities decided to take that person. So a lot of risk here and a lot of reassessment of what kind of relationship companies need to have with China.
How do they spin it in, or frame it, I guess I should say, when someone like Tim Cook shows up there?
How does who frame it? You mean the Chinese government?
Yes, or the media, yes.
Oh, yeah. No, everybody's playing it up here. They've actually been comparing. The foreign ministry just a couple of hours ago had actually put side-by-side photos of Tim Cook being greeted by people, shaking their hands, whereas Shou Chu, the TikTok CEO, is being, from a Chinese perspective, unfairly questioned by Congress. So the foreign ministry put out those two photos and said, and asked the question, which one is more friendly to foreign business? So they're definitely using Tim Cook's visit here for mileage when it comes to their propaganda campaign.
Very, very interesting, Eunice. Thanks. Our Eunice Yoon reporting. That's not all out of China today. Beijing also inking this big deal with Saudi Aramco to expand a refinery and supply more oil. Brian Sullivan is here with that. What's the angle here, you think, Brian?
Money. I think that might be the angle, and the increased tie-up, Kelly, between Saudi Arabia and China. We know that the East is kind of coming together. It's really kind of two deals that are both oil-related. Number one, you've got Aramco agreeing to spend a bunch of money and expand a refinery in China, also increasing their investment in a joint venture over a petrochemical plant, because when you run the petrochemical plant, or at least have an ownership stake in it, you can ensure a flow of oil needed to do it. So a refinery over here, petrochemicals over here. Looking at the numbers, Kelly, some analysis says this could be more than 1 million barrels extra per day of oil sold by Saudi Arabia into China. Of course, all this follows Xi Jinping's visit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in December. Now, ironically, this Aramco deal may hurt Russia. Russia had been, even still, China's biggest oil supplier. Previously, Saudi Arabia took that back. This should put them on over the top. So you do wonder, Kelly, if this will possibly increase a little bit of tension between Riyadh and Moscow. Time will tell, but China, Beijing and Riyadh certainly coming together on a big oil deal.
Why is crude up so much today, Brian? 4% jump back up above 70. That seems significant.
Yeah, listen, okay, on that side, there's been a lot of stuff under the hood. I know Pip has talked about this as well, on what's going on with the price of oil. A lot of this is paper stuff, right? This is the dollar moving, interest rates. It is hedge funds bidding down the price of the oil paper contracts. There is disconnects between the physical delivery, as there always tends to be, Kelly, and this. I will say this, though. There was a report out of RBC Capital Markets today. Michael Tran and his team doing a great job. They work with Halima Croft, who, by the way, will be on last call tonight. They said that kind of quietly, Kelly, the world is adding more oil refining capacity than any time since 1977. Between a refinery expansion in Texas, Mexico, Nigeria, the one we just talked about, RBC says nearly 4 million barrels a day could come online by the end of next year, which we'll see if it does, Kelly. But what does that tell you? It tells me that, well, bearish, but also they see demand for oil being strong. You don't invest like that unless you see demand. By the way, we'll talk about that with Halima tonight. And a big new report from Goldman Sachs that the Inflation Reduction Act could end up costing 3 to 4 times the government estimates.
Yes, and then they say, but maybe pay off 3 to 4 times. Who knows? But I can't wait for you guys to dig through it. Brian, thanks for your time today.
Thanks.
Brian Sullivan. Coming up, it's been half a year since that Inflation Reduction Act was passed. And as the government begins to dole out the cash, we're taking a look at some of the forgotten, quote-unquote, electricity stocks that stand to benefit. They're already outperforming the S&P this year. We'll tell you which ones. Plus, key hearings on the SVB fallout this week. We'll speak with Congressman Jim Himes, who's on the House Financial Services Committee, about what moves D.C. may or may not make from here. We're getting headlines from the prepared testimony already. And as we head to break, take a look at the Dow heat map. With only about 6 names in the red today, Nike's the worst performer. JP Morgan, one of the names leading the way. IBM too. We're back after this.
Your
You're doing everything you can to get your blood pressure in check, and now you have SuperBeets Heart Chews on your side too. In a leading clinical study, SuperBeets Heart Chews polyphenol compound was shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle alone. Just 2 delicious chews a day support nitric oxide production, healthy blood pressure, blood flow, and heart-healthy energy. Support your healthy blood pressure with SuperBeets Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply and free shipping at superbeetschews.com.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At XChair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. XChair has done it again with our groundbreaking LMX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. XChair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. At XChair, we're gazing ahead. And from where we sit, the future still feels good. Visit xchair.com to find out how you can own an XChair for only $20 a month. xchair.com.
What if you were a global bank who wanted to supercharge your audit system? So you tap IBM to unsilo your data and start crunching a year's worth of transactions against thousands of compliance controls with the help of AI. Now you're making smarter decisions faster, operating costs are lower, and everyone, from your auditors to your bankers, feels like $1 million. Let's create smarter ways of putting your data to work. IBM, let's create.
Welcome back, everybody. As we just showed you, IBM, JP Morgan, those are some of the names keeping the Dow in the green today. The S&P has now turned higher. So just a moment ago, we were pretty much at session lows, but the S&P is now up 13 and the NASDAQ is still down about 0.5%. If you're wondering what's dragging it down, take a look at some of the biggest laggards. Alphabet in particular here, that stock down almost 3%. We also see Pinduoduo down, so some Chinese tech pressure there. Rivian, Meta lower today as well. But in terms of Alphabet, the CFTC, oh no, that's the end of the story with Alphabet. The CFTC is filing a complaint against Binance, meantime, alleging that the crypto company violated federal law to solicit U.S. users for millions in revenue. That's why we also have some pressure across the crypto ecosystem today, including Coinbase, which just last week got that Wells notice, remember, from the SEC, warning of potential securities charges. Stock was already down. It's shedding 10% again today. Bitcoin is back to just above 27K. Also, Disney CEO Bob Iger telling employees the company will begin those previously announced layoffs this week, the first of 3 rounds of cuts that will amount to 7,000 job losses by the beginning of summer. Again, this news already priced in to some extent. The stock up 1% today. They said they plan to cut $5.5 billion in costs in total, including $3 billion in content spend. For the full details on Disney, head over to cnbc.com/pro. Let's get to Tyler Matheson now for a CNBC News update. Tyler?
Kelly, thank you very much. And we begin with sad news at this hour. It has happened again in America. At least 3 children and 1 adult are dead after a shooter opened fire at a private Christian school outside Nashville, Tennessee. The shooter is also dead after engaging with police. The names and ages of the victims and the gunman have not yet been released, but the school serves students from preschool through the 6th grade. The remains of 2 more victims have been discovered in connection with Friday's chocolate factory explosion in Pennsylvania. The death toll now 7. The cause of the explosion not known. The factory was owned by R.M. Palmer Company, which makes several chocolate products, including bunnies. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has agreed to pause his controversial plan to overhaul the country's judicial system until the next parliament session kicks off next month. This news comes after mass protests and a strike broke out in response to the controversial plan. Critics say the proposal would threaten the independence of the Supreme Court and limit judges' powers. Kelly, back to you.
Tyler, thank you, and I'll see you soon. Coming up, all eyes on uninsured deposits after the fallout from SVB. So far, the Treasury has stepped up. Goldman says they'll continue to do so.
Pipe down there. I know you guys think I'm talking to you. I'm on the phone with a buddy here. Okay, so Sweller's being overrun right now. We can see that already taking place, right? Sweller's kind of being overrun here. There's really no news to, I guess we could sell this, but no real negative news here, right, for Swellers to sell us down. Grind higher, possibly. The thing here, the key to note is that it's now 132. Earlier this afternoon, I said to you, you're looking for a new high by 115. They got it here. And then at 130, we got another new high right here. This is all positive for bulls. All right, we had the new low down below. Failure to make a new low. We did get a little bit of a low down here at 396.04. But the bulls are basically, not basically, but they are in charge right now. Now, the bulls have an hour to get up to this R1. We didn't quite get it right now. I was expecting we get R1 by 130, but we're not. But that's okay. Bulls are still in charge right now. Now, I want you to be aware of something, that there can be a moment where we come back over, we roll over, just to retest this to get this high. Just pay attention to this white line. Pay attention to this red line right here. That, you shouldn't be in a panic mode of a retest. I would be in a panic if the retest fails in here. We don't want to see failure. Bulls want to stay above the at least the yellow line, but preferably the white and red line here for continuation to new highs. At least close this gap here. At least try to close this bullshit. You can't see it here. At least close this kind of nonsense up here. All this kind of nonsense here. So it could be a failure of R1 too. Might not quite get there. My trade is good right now. I'm making money on it. Still a grind going on. Some theta burn going on into intraday. Let's take a look at Dixie's looking, Dixie kind of looking bearish again, or bullish on Dixie again right now. VIX, just intraday bullshit, nonsense. VIX is selling off nicely, which is good to see. Maybe we can get VIX to make a new low down here at $20. If I had to look at this and make a call for the day, it wouldn't shock me to see some kind of a squeeze higher here, and then a failure and more consolidation. This looks like in a month shit, right? Bouncing around. It would not shock me to see us trade sideways into Friday. Not really the best week to be making major moves in the market. So, it's hard here to be taking like a big. That banks heading into end of month are going to do two things. They're going to try to pin this market into the price that they want it at, and they're going to be making bets on highs and lows in this market. You'll see them selling into strength. So taking trades into strength, right? Taking like a bearish trade for the next quarter, and then taking a bullish trade on a week low for the coming week here. I'm assuming that algorithms will be set for those kind of trades to be placed from now into Friday. Hang tight for 1 second here. You don't normally see crashes on end of month, man. I don't know. I think if you want to see, the one thing that I am interested in this week, that's actually a fair point, though. So someone said, who said something about crashing it? So, like last chance before it crash it. There is one cool thing about this week is there are people on the internets that are going to be watching for bearish or bullish bets into end of quarter, and that probably can shift some sentiment in this market. We were talking about it last week that I'll be interested to see if the hedging on the market is Is it at 3,300, 3,200? Is that 3,000? The last quarter, the hedging was down to, I believe, 3,060. So 306 on SPY. So I'd be somewhere in there. I know they adjusted it twice or whatever, but it'll be interesting to see, is the hedging that low again on the market? Is the hedging raised up? Like if you start to see hedging at like 2,800 or something like that, that would be cause for concern, and could change market sentiment on a dime, right? So it'll be interesting to see that into end of month, end of quarter. I would if I was a bull or a bear. Just on this same topic, if I was a bull or a bear, you might want to be flat, whether you're a bull or a bear. You could be flat because if the market says, or if the market's telling you, if the way that the institutions trade tells you I'm bearish here, you could see an immediate dump of the market, but then you'll see dealers. What you'll see is dealers will take the opposite side of that trade and try to burn a bunch of it. And then the same thing goes for the bulls. If the bulls see a bunch of hedging to upside, hedging that's showing that we're going to go upside, you could see an initial rip in the market, and then the dealers counter that trade. So it's not like we can't go there. It's that it's like an opposite dealer hedging delta neutral trade. And there's like two trades in there. There's like the initial reaction, and then of course the counter trade. Yeah, dealers want. Well, it's not just dealers wanting their money back. It is. It's dealer. It's kind of like. I always try to simplify it for people and explain it to people like this. Like, if you have like, if you got like 5 people, and let's say there's a football game, and I have 5 of my friends over, and one person, I don't know if football game is the best way to describe it, but that's how you have bags, right? So I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, well, let's say SPY's at 400, and a heavy hitter comes in and says SPY's going to 3,000, right? And I'm like, oh shit, like SPY might go to 3,000. So what I need to do is have some cash and buy the SPY so it doesn't go to 3,000, right? So you don't print, you don't go to 3,000. I get to keep your bet and your money from you. Now, what you can do is get some of your friends to also take the bet. And if you have one friend jump in and says, okay, I think we're going to 3,000 too, right? So you place your bet and your money. Well, I don't mind paying the first guy that made that bet at that point, but I'm not going to pay you. Now I'm just going to keep the fees. Make sense? I'm going to keep the fees for the first guy, pocket the fees. I'm going to pay him, but now you need to go convince a third friend for you to get paid. So you really need the initial bet, and then you need like follow through in the market that we're going to go lower for that to actually pay out for you, right? So you're handing the bag off to the next person, the next person, the next person. Now, if that doesn't come to fruition, that first person takes that bet that we're going down to 2,800, and people are betting against him. That guy's out, right? That first guy that placed that bet at 3,000, I'm going to keep his fees. I'm going to take the trade against him. And some other people are going to jump on that trade, knowing they're already knowing that I'm against that trade right now. Squeezing higher now, 397.22.
Bailey says long run forces driving the R star lower remain in place.
Kind of the simple way to look at it. Very simplified, but 397's printing nice and fat right now. Making some money on my first day back over the weekend. Always feels good being green on a Monday, baby.
ToTheTick.com.
Always feels good being green on a Monday. Okay, we have a cross here for the Bulls. Bulls have an hourly, a weekly, a daily, and a 1 and 5 minute trigger on the 5 minute. Very bullish here for the Bulls. If you are a bear, I wouldn't say you have to get out of the way, but I would be scared right now that we're going to squeeze up higher here. Try to trade 397.93, or at least a failure of that. So if you are paying attention every day, if you're showing up every day, you should be green in your trade with me right now. Should be nice and happy. Should be making money here. Trading 397.22 currently. Nice and bullish here. Happy day trading with Captain Jim James. Yeah, please like and subscribe to these videos. Yeah, you might not see contracts moving, but the spread is much better on SPY zero dates. Spread on SPY zero dates are fat as fuck. Carlos, baby. You might still see a retest down below too. You know, don't panic down here. Don't be panicking. You're looking for that beautiful retest, that move higher. Bulls want nothing more than a retest. Actually, just a blast higher or even a retest down below. If you missed it and want to get in on this trade, it's right down here. You'll see a little bit of a bounce here. I'll show it to you on a 5-minute chart. See it right here. See where these swellers are right here? You'll end up seeing this line cross above.
Bailey says we will not comment on the decisions by the Swiss authorities on Credit Suisse.
Yeah, hold on a second here. Right there. And you're going to want to see the worst case scenario. You're going to see a pullback. Not worst case, but you want to see like something like this, and then the move higher. This would be your confirmation for the trade higher. This is the higher time frame trades. If you're a 1-minute trader and you're down here buying this dip, trying to get up to the top here. Now we could just squeeze straight up and tag the R1, then roll over here. So your second trade is right here, is between a 1 and a 5-minute. Squeezing higher now, trading 397.32. Trying to get up 397.93 if possible. Don't forget the roll above.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says
got a little bit of resistance right here. If you see this candle, these are where some sellers are back here in the 5-minute. See them trying to step back in to sell you down. See them right here. And the next target above is some kind of a failure to close above here. Don't forget, we want to see a retest at some point. We'll show you where the swellers are right here. We'll go back to a 1-minute chart so we can get right here, okay? I want you to see them right here. Sometimes you'll see a roll. This is a 1-minute chart. Sometimes you'll see the roll and then the ricochet up high. You might just get the squeeze up higher here. Could get some consolidation here and then the squeeze up higher. Either way, just be aware of all the different places we can go to get up higher here. If it dips, got a question from having a question inside the chat. If it dips, can we still buy calls? If you're looking to, you can either add to calls here, or you can just set some up. You can look, it's right here. It's 396.73. You can just set up some 397s, and if it does roll over, if you see a successful bounce to trade higher, then you can add a position here if you're not already long. I didn't get to do any my extra. Like, I started my exercise and then I made a phone call. I was trying to talk to a friend here. I am officially home alone. Wife and kids went to jump on an airplane or some shit, and I'm out. It's just me. Probably gonna get into trouble by my being low. Now trading 397.43. Squeeze it, baby. Free Money Monday. Now trading 397.45, 397.52, 397.62. 397.50, 397.51, 397.53, 54 right now. Keep your eyes on Bookmap so you can see where some of these sellers are above. No reason not to take profit. You guys out there that don't take profit, you diamond hand until it goes to zero. You can always take some off.
2%.
Take some free money here. Yeah, never a reason not to take money. Put it in your pocket. Just think it's your money. You got clowns all over social media that they don't make money. It's all about taking profit, making money. Perfect time to disassemble desk. Hey, Sloth, how you doing out there? Biscuit Baker, am I silenced on Twitch? Can you hear me on Twitch right now? Can you guys hear me out there?
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says the quantitative.
Can you guys hear me? If you guys see me talking in the background and I'm not, you can't hear my voice. It's because I still have I've got a mute button here. So see right here. Sometimes I'm on a phone. Sometimes I'm on phone calls. I gotcha. Thanks, Winky. I appreciate it, man. Right on, right on. Thanks, I appreciate it, Colorado Kim. Thanks, Moto. I appreciate it. Yeah, someone posted something about couldn't hear me. I need to like keep my camera off until I'm ready to. I was trying to come on so you guys could see the squeeze taking place. Should probably bring this up slightly. Right there. Do I think, Roat's asking, do I think it's too early to position into XLP for Q4? I think there's better. You know, I was talking about this on Friday of last week. Was I think you should have spent the weekend looking at business cycles. So let's look at business cycles. I think we looked at it on Friday, right? Which is what is going to be the most fruitful trades for you for Q2, Q3. I don't know that it's XLP. I could be wrong there, but maybe it is. But I tech. But so the idea here is that if you're, let's say you're shorting tech right now, that you should at least have the viewpoint that there's a dip to buy in tech, right? And you're going to be looking for certain sectors to get clipped or to spend months consolidating. So, like, here's the point that I was trying to make on this Friday was, do you think you can short the top of NVIDIA and it's gonna hold for the next 3 to 6 months? Probably not. Historically, those dips will be bought. So would you make more money shorting tech? I don't know. If you're a bull, you're probably looking to buy dips on tech, on the daily and the hourly. Or at least the healthy tickers in tech. Those should be the most fruitful. Though I can't say, I see your point in, do I buy XLP now or do I buy XLF now? I mean, I get the point of it. I think it's just
and we will see what effect
the expectation should be, if you're going to buy the dip on XLF, let's say, your expectation should be, can I weather sideways for 3 to 6 months? Now, if XLF outperforms the next month or 3 months, high fives all around, right? Woohoo! It happened. But you should at least say, we're cycling out of oil, we're cycling out of XLF, we're cycling. I'll try to look at it right now.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says I have to be careful on the forwards guidance when experiencing big shocks.
Let me look at it one more time here.
So the FDIC is probing management conduct in SVB and Signature Bank failures.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, so like we're coming out of real estate, financials, we're coming out of utilities. We're in the middle of technology and discretionary. That's what we're in the middle of right now. Then we come into communication services and industrials. So the idea here would be that you're looking for your next trade or next bottom that you're looking for is communication services and industrials. Specifically communication services and then industrials. So communication services. So if you guys come back on a Monday today, you should be like, yeah, we should be talking about communication services. We should be talking about industrials and then materials and then energy down the road. Now, until this is still like down the road. So for right now, the next 3 to 6 months, you're more than likely going to see technology and discretionary spending still outperform the rest of the market. Like we're talking about outperformers next 3 to 6 months. So I know it sounds crazy. I knew it sounded crazy. On Friday to say, because everybody on social media is like short NVIDIA into the depths of hell. And I'm like, I kind of like the idea of bears making a living shorting NVIDIA, but I don't like the idea of NVIDIA going to zero like some people are saying, right? So just time frame wise. Now Tesla, on the other hand, its chart looks like dog shit, right? But NVIDIA is the kind of ticker where, let's look at NVIDIA on a larger time frame here. see if I can bring NVIDIA up for you. Let me bring this chart up for you one more time, too. Some of you may not have been here on Friday, so. So just this right here. So you're talking about this chart specifically lasts for a pretty significant period of time. Now you've got full recession, market bottom, bull market. You know, bull markets can last for years, right? So you're talking some pretty major stuff here. So or time frames. So if you started to see energy getting blasted over here, right? Financials just starting to get blasted. They're starting to front run technology in discretionary. Right? So at just the start of this. This doesn't mean that we don't see SPY dump to 3,600. You can still see that. So like a larger time frame, like higher time frames for a longer period of time, you're already seeing this happen here, right? So if you're like looking at Q4, that's not even these two here. Is my point. Like that's like way, way, way down the road. So you're seeing stocks and commodities going down stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 5. Marks a peak in economic growth stock market. Even though the expansion continues, the economy grows at a slower pace. Rising interest rates, rising commodity prices take their toll. Stocks anticipate a contraction phase by peaking before expansion actually ends. Commodities remain strong and peaks after stocks. We saw that, right? We saw oil do that. Stage 6 marks a deterioration in the economy as the business cycle prepares to move from an expansion phase to a contraction phase. Stocks have already been moving lower. Commodities now turn lower in anticipation of decreased demand from the deteriorating economy, right? So stage 6, right in here. Bonds, stocks, commodities coming down right here, right? And that shows here the weakness in financials and real estate and just the beginnings of buying technology and discretionary. Okay, see if I can hold on here. So you're seeing just the beginnings of weakness in real estate, just the beginnings of weakness in financials, just the beginnings of technology and discretionary. Do you get my point here? So we're probably like right here in the technology and discretionary. We're not even at commercial services, industrials yet. We're probably right in here. Just the beginning of it, right? And we're just at the beginning likely or midway point of real estate and financials. You heard me talk last week about the next big thing that's going to happen is more than likely you're going to see some kind of intervention on commercial real estate, right? You're more than likely going to see that at some point. The real estate market gets supported. And you can see we're at the ass end of utilities and healthcare, construction staples. So what my point here is that if we're at the beginning of technology and discretionary, let's look at NVIDIA. This is a daily chart of NVIDIA. This is the initial entry. This is the initial... Hold on a second here. This is the initial front running in October of NVIDIA. Okay, this is the initiation of a front running of tech. Now, that doesn't mean that NVIDIA can't come back down or Apple can't come back down to some reasonable level. But it does mean for the next year, call it a year, maybe 2, that you're looking to buy dips on NVIDIA. That doesn't mean we can't trade below here for a minute. But it means that if you want your highest rate of return in this market, this upcoming market, you're going to be looking towards some of these tech companies. There are some bears out here, though, that are telling you publicly that NVIDIA is going to 0. Right? It's going to blast through this down here, that kind of shit. But that's not what's showing in the background. On a more macro scale, That doesn't mean you can't short NVIDIA to what you might consider depths of hell. But what some people are saying is, well, we're going below 100 on NVIDIA. And I'm telling you more than likely not. NVIDIA is going to get dip spot for the next year. Does that make sense? So in your best returns here are likely over the next year to continue to buy tech. And I hate saying that because there's a tech broness to this. There's a tech broness to this. Let me see if I can bring up NVIDIA here. Tagged both. Look at that. Now, my point here is twofold. See if I can delete some of these, some of this NVIDIA chart. Okay, so my point here is that over the next year, you could literally just sit back and and try to buy NVIDIA at like 241.89. You could also try to buy it on, let's say we have one bad month in June or something, or July. You buy it at 200. You could just like sit back for the next year, and whenever NVIDIA comes back down, buy a dip in safety with a stop underneath it. If we end up having one bad month where the market crashes or something, bears are going crazy, you'd still want to buy this because it's going to overperform is my point. Because as a stock market participant, this market does go up. And as a stock market participant, your best performers this year will likely be technology and discretionary spending. This is where your best performance is going to be this year. Now, we're not talking like today. Do you think that, is NVIDIA doomed today? But and the key point here is this too, is that you have people out there that are going to tell you that this is not what the trend's going to be, or this is not what the trend is going to be. And I'm telling you that it's like walking and quacking like it is what the future is going to hold for the market. So, and these are bears that are saying, 190, 180 is not the low on NVIDIA. They're saying that it's below 100, not 130. They're saying that it's down here. You've got actual market participants telling you that we're not done here, that this is going to crash down here, and it's going to get new lows below down here. And I'm telling you that if you look at if you scale out a little bit, that's not the case. And the other part of this case here is even seeing a momentary weakness in the market this year, if we do get a quote-unquote crash, we go right back to what price? Like, I always want to ask that question of bears, not bears, but collapse bears. Like, so what price are you saying? Is it 20% from here? 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 Is it 20% from the October low? Like, where is it from? Is it 30% from the October? Remember, we were all talking about 30% from down here, right? Which puts it what? $60, $10, something insane, right? $50. And, the market is telling you otherwise so far. The market is telling you no, no, no. What's 30% of 265, right? I mean, you're talking about $120. That's still not, it means you still should have bought this. Even 30% from NVIDIA's current price means you still should have bought October. Do you see the excuses that I'm talking? You got like excuse. It's just excuseville, right? And that doesn't mean you can't get bearish here. Doesn't mean that you can't get, but I think the temperance of what your bearishness is the key point. Now, you can remain a bear in this market and make a ton of money, but the collapse argument for the market is not showing itself as of yet. I'm a bull, so, like for me to even think what a collapse is, seems like it's a ratio spread. It's like, and that's what you do in a bull market, is you put on a ratio spread. You put on a ratio spread, you trade the market up, you buy dips wherever you can. So even though this is toppy right here, It looks like a transition to some kind of bull market. It does. Everything here is good. This is a buy the dip positioning in the market right here. You can see it. That's hard to say. It's hard to swallow that. I don't disagree with bear rage on this, but you can see the buying taking place. You can see it down here. You can see it all in here. There's accumulation going on in the market. Well, you can see some size coming in right here. You can see it. So if you're a collapse bear, if you're a collapse bear, if you're a collapse bear, price matters. You know what I mean by that? Like, price matters. Like, you can't you like, so when we were back at 3450, right? We were back there this past summer, or I believe this past October or something. Or maybe it was summer. As a matter of fact, May 18th or May 15th of last year, we had a pretty decent low. And then in October, we had a really nice low. The question becomes, we were all, the entire market was a nice little bear cross here. The market becomes, or the question becomes, or like it's like you're sitting at a table with people and you're like, okay, so we're at 345. We're at real risk of this market going to 2,800, 1,400 gets on the discussion table. We're all just talking about that stuff. But when you're watching, like when you watch oil get clipped like it got clipped, when you watch financials get clipped or they get clipped, and when you're watching tech getting bought up in October, it's leading up to this point of, well, it looks like, and some of this I think has to do with the Fed. The Fed is fucked up. In my view, the Fed is completely fucked up the timing of market mechanics and economics in society. Well, they've kind of fucked up this entire process, like the liquidity injections that we had in COVID, and then what people actually did with that money, the normal cycles of banking and housing and commercial real, and then the change of work from home and all these things, all these impacts that we've never seen in the market, has made like the market function abnormally, and normal things that we would see are not happening, right? So you're seeing market functions taking place that are abnormal. You're seeing abnormalities everywhere, and you're actually seeing a cycle in the stock market right now. To my point is that right now in the stock market, at least, you're seeing the stock market. You're seeing oil crash, right? You're seeing beginnings of financials getting clipped. You're seeing the beginnings of tech being front run. Even with all of this work being done by the Fed, you see people that bought, Mary the Landscaper, we talk about in this stream all the time. We talk about Mary the Landscaper. And we know that the housing market, there's no crash, right? We know there's shortages. We know people are buying houses with cash. Some of the biggest cash buyers of all time. We see people that smartened up from 2008, 2007, 2000. Those people are still 60, 70 years old, 50 years old, 60, 70 years old, still alive with wealth. And they learned their lesson. We have so many crashes so frequently these days over a decade or 3 years that there's been a lot of learning from people out there. I think that's not talked about enough, is that they're adults over the decades are learning to be better with their money. And that sounds insane, but it's true. So we used to not see that, right? You go like a whole decade or 2 or 3 decades or 4 decades, and you'd wash people out. And you'd have a new class of people that didn't learn. All these people are living longer. They're not really. I guess they're saying they're not living as long, but these people are still alive. These people still have money, and they've done a lot of them have done the right thing. A lot of them have been able to escape some of these pitfalls that are coming down the road. And the COVID, man, has fucked this all up. COVID, this whole normal things you're looking for, you're not seeing normalcy. It's brutal. Black Beauty Machine is saying zero dates is dead on arrival. I took profit on zero dates. Did you not see? I think who else took profit with me? I think what's his name did. Hold on a second here. Are you guys not following me in my trades, or are you? You just got not talking about easy money. It's totally worth a watch. Fuels me with rage about how our government officials fumble the ball. Yeah, I took profit earlier with what's his name? I'm trying to scroll through here and see. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get through the chat here. Let me read some of the chat here. Yeah, I think it was Tony Cheese, right? Let me read some of the chat here. Yeah, BMG saying took some premium, sold some premium. Yeah, Tony Cheese, right? You took profit too, didn't you? Let me read some of your scalps. Never dead on arrival. You wouldn't doubt it. You exuberate rat-like behavior, neck ass. E-Trading Shorts probably wants E-Trading Shorts. Nick's up your alley, man. You got to bring him into the bear den. What are you guys talking about? I thought E-Trading Shorts. I thought that what's his name would be in the bear den with you. You guys want to buy some more calls here? So earlier in the stream, I talked to you about retesting. Let's go back and look at the 5-minute here. Earlier in the stream, I talked to you about a trip higher and then a successful retest. So you get a trip higher, successful retest of the 1 minute, and you should make that new high heading up towards, let me see here, 397.93. Jay, you want to take us some more longs in here? I'm down for that. Hold on a second here. I'll take some longs with you. I'm long 397 C's for 65 cents. I'm down for some longs here all day long. As long as this holds, and I will sell below right here. Right where these swellers are right here. He's not old enough to join the bear den yet? Yeah, let's see if this can hold right here. Hey Cap, how do you? So first time chatter right here. Juan 2000 is saying, "Hey Cap, how do you read book maps?" I should have asked last week when I joined Twitch. All right, so on Bookmap right here. Okay, so on Bookmap, I'm looking for levels of liquidity, right? So if you trade using volume profile, market profile, and that kind of stuff, you put so watch my fingers here. If these are volume bars, so if these are volume bars right here, right? Volume market profile turns them on the horizontal, okay? So I'm looking for a quick way to look for where liquidity is for buyers and sellers. So if I'm looking on the orange and red bars on Bookmap, I'm looking for where buyers supply or demand is and where supply is. How strong that supply and demand is on high and on low on an intraday, on an intraday basis, taking scalps. It would be the upper. Well, we know right now that. So right now we have some other bits of information, right? So we know that we know right now that the dealers are not going to want to print 406. We know that. Into Friday, we know that they're not going to want to print it. 4065, 4060, somewhere in there. They're not going to want to print it. Now, if they do print it, which they can do, right? If they do print it, they're going to want to print it the last 15 minutes of the day. Right? They want it to be almost worthless. Print 16 cents, 17 cents, somewhere on SPX. They want to print it for just pennies on the dollar for some spreads. So we have some of this information, right? We also know that hedging comes out for the next quarter. So if at some point we should see bombs come into the market, like big bombs, 30,000 contracts at 3,600. So we'll probably be trading this at some point this week, and you should see selling into this strength, right? We know that as we get strength in the market, you're going to see selling into it, people taking profit on the quarter. We also know that when we trade up here, that people will be putting some bombs on the market, right? They're going to be like, okay, when we start trading up to 4060, I'm going to throw on 20 million contracts, not 20 million, $20 million against the market on a hedge and a high, right? And you'll see actually SPY roll over violently on those moves because we are end of quarter, end of month. You guys understand all that stuff? I'm looking for my water here. Hold on. $3.97 are printing 73 cents right now. Is that I don't know if that's clear enough or not. And you shouldn't be trading with me. You should be trading on your own. So when we do these live streams, you can see the setups and how they show themselves. You should be able to identify how to take these trades. Nick S. is saying, Cap debunked me. I think the big boys are giving their friends one last chance to get out. There is. So, yes and no. I made a post on FinTwit, and I said, let me read this post to you. So I didn't know if everybody got this or not, if they understood what I was saying. I was trying to be slightly not evasive, but so what did I write here? I wrote this over the weekend. I said, we are coming to that weird marketplace. If you are a normie, like if you're like Bob on Main Street or something, you probably went to let's say you're Mary on Main Street, and you have a 401k. You're probably going to go to your husband and say, you know what, Bob? The market's probably going to crash sometime this year. And at some point this year, Mary's going to look like she's right. She's going to come home from work, and she's going to hear the market is down 300, 500 points or something. Dow Jones burned 500 points in a day or two. And she's going to be right. Meanwhile, what she didn't know was that a market bear is going to get torched leading up to that weakness in the market. He's going to get torched. He's going to get torched. And he's going to get bent over during that time period. Another problem here is that a bull is probably going to trade that all up, and when that dump comes, he's probably going to get wrecked as well. So you've got like losers everywhere, and some people are right. My point here is that my point in that post, though, is that the only way to really trade in this market right now that we have for the next year is to hedge yourself and trade it up and to the right. It's the only valid thing that. Oh, what are we doing right now? We trading 397.35. So there's no like there's no. It's hard as a bear to be like, you know, we're gonna crash it. Now I think your statement is valid, Nick. Like if you look on higher time frames, it's screaming that we're gonna have a crash. Now price matters, and when it happens matters, and how you're positioned for that to matter counts. My thing to say to you is when we're on a high that you put on a ratio spread, put back spread. You can look it up on YouTube. Videos for it from the Options Industry Council. Are you guys okay out there? 397C is now trading 89 cents. So my point here is that it's going to be, and we're in a trough right now. Do you guys know what a trough is? So it's weird. Like, how do I explain this in a better? I think I have explained this a bunch, but let's look at SPX on a daily chart here. I have this already. It's good. I thought maybe I deleted this, but I haven't. So, wait a minute. I'm muting the wrong shit here. So, and this is what it is right here. This is it. This is what I'm explaining to you. So, you know, you'll see this craziness where we trade it up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down for this year. And even in this up and down, if when we're in this is considered a trough, right? And when we're in the trough, if you guys know anything about market crashes or the bottom or a market bottom, we'll start creating a trough, and then we not always, but we often will have one moment of capitulation. So the one thing I would make as a note here is if you're a long stock, that whenever we get that moment of capitulation, it's likely going to be this. There is a two notes here. It's likely going to be brief. Like you're talking like it pulls back up in a month to 3 months max. Normally, not always, but normally. Normally pulls back or like comes back really fast. The only warning I would say to you here would be that's like the SPY and shit like that. Like SPY will come back. If you're long some individual stocks, those might get repriced and never come back. So I'd be really scared of like if you're long SPY, you're probably okay. If you're long, let's say some ticker that was a darling for 2020, and you see it blast down with the market, it might get repriced down here and just start fucking around down here. So the safest trade here along the market is likely an index and not an individual ticker. I'm afraid of that happening with Tesla right now, believe it or not. I have real fear that Tesla might get repriced and not recover with the rest of the market price-wise. So I have that fear. Tesla's saying that that's the case. Apple and NVIDIA are not, but Tesla is. Tesla's saying when that comes, watch out. You might see a repricing event. And that's because they haven't delivered on a bunch of shit. And I'm a Tesla bull, but they have not delivered on a bunch of shit that's been priced into it. So and that's my take on Tesla. But If you're long like SPY or something, you own the SPY S&P 500, it'll likely be brief and come right back up. When we usually have that capitulation moment. So how do you trade this market? I don't fucking know. I think you trade it up and you hedge the market whenever you can, like with a ratio spread for this event to take place. It's still showing itself. There is that risk that we go down, but actively hedging the market is different than actively trying to trade it as a collapse. Trade it as a, like we were doing back here, like this. We aren't doing this right now. Do you see that? We're not doing this right now. We're not doing this right now. We're not doing this right now. We just aren't. We're not doing this action right now. This action ended. So see the difference? Sell the rip, and this looks like buy the dip, doesn't it? This looks like buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. If you get a low, buy the dip. You see what I'm saying? There's a stark difference in what the market looks like and it has looked like for some period of time. This looks like buy the dip. Doesn't look like sell the rip. So far. Since May, believe it or not. Or the transition started in May and then it really completed in October. So if you had some like overlap and sell the rip and buy the dip, it was between May and October it happened. And now we're in this, if we have a capitulation moment ever this year, if we have like a bloodbath, I'm fucking buying it. I think what we're looking for here is, if it was me, like if I wasn't a streamer with you guys, I'd be taking the week off, and I would just be paying attention. So I'd be trying to put some size in the market, right? I'm like my view here is I'm going to put some size in the market. I'm going to wait this week out. I'm going to smoke a doobie, fuck a girl. Well, I shouldn't say that, or fuck a guy or whatever it is you do. I'm going to eat some good food. I'm gonna, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna take my boat out for a ride. I'm gonna go skiing, whatever it is you do. I'm gonna read a book. I'm gonna go hiking, biking, whatever it is. I'm gonna sit back, and I'm just gonna watch as the market unfolds into the 31st. I'm gonna pay attention to what JPM puts out. I'm gonna watch FinTwit, because there's a lot of smart people in FinTwit that'll be like, "Hey, man, this hedging that's coming out looks supportive of the market. This hedging that's coming out looks like a hedge. These puts that are coming out look like death and destruction." They're going to tell you on social media. There's smart people that'll account for all of this stuff, and then I would be making a decision: am I going to take a nice fat long for this quarter or not? Am I going to wait 2 or 3 weeks or a month to grab a dip to buy for this next quarter? I'm going to sell this quarter. I'm going to wait for a high and sell this quarter. I'm going to shift my quarterly viewpoint into sell the rips. So this week specifically is kind of a week for it's a week for digestion. Like on a bigger picture, larger time frame, this week as a bull or bear is I'm not going to place any bets. I'm going to sit in the background. I'm going to let's say I got $100,000 and I want to short this market to the depths of hell. It's a week for you to sit back and just chill, man, and just watch all this unfold. Just watch all of this unfold in the background. If you don't have a FinTwit account, you don't need one. There's a lot of people in the Discord. If you're in the Discord, people are on FinTwit in the Discord, and they like to drop data bombs inside Discord. You've got Chase in here. He drops data bombs all the time in chat. But if you want one, you get one. You can get one. Get a FinTwit account. And you will see all of this as the week plays out. You'll see people on FinTwit discussing what the positioning is for the next quarter and what it means. Possibilities, trading ranges, all that stuff. If this, then that,
Sorry,
the quarter.
just to repeat there. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at $2.68 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $2.08. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at
That's right. Wiki's saying the trough is the bottoming of the economic conditions in a cycle. Absolutely.
$3.55 or 5.13%.
I just sold $1.07 on 397C.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Above here, I want you to see this. You've got the previous high in the day here is at 398.92. There's a failure to close somewhere up in here, a little bit lower. Right here, like a failure to close kind of a place. You've got R1 over here. Yeah, you can. You can. There's a couple ways to see it. You guys, if you want to, what you can do, if I had one to sign up for that I like the most, I think my favorite is usually is it Flow Out? No, not what the fuck is the name of that company? Is it Flow Algo? They're really nice during one of my favorite parts of Flow Algo. I think they all suck, the flow services. What I like about Flow Algo is during quarter end, you can see in real time when the market's going to roll the fuck over really fast on this hedging when it happens. It'll show you the trades as they come in of size that matter in this coming week. But then FinTwit, you'll see people they pay attention to the SPX trades that are important, the JPM ones, and people following those trades as well. No, I'm not trying to get laid desperado when my wife is gone. I was trying to get laid before my wife is gone. I want to go skiing. You guys are savages. E-Trade in Short says XLF is showing off. R1 is so this is a mathematical computation for previous pivot points, previous highs and lows in the week. You guys are savages out there. I'm reading some of your... Sorry, I wasn't reading the chat. Now I'm reading the chat. We sell the minutes into new lows, bear market rally in May, then start murdering the markets in October. You know, the tough thing here is that April is usually April is usually our most profitable month. Usually, April last year was not profitable, right? I could have that wrong, but I thought that last year April was bad. We had a bad April. Let me look at April from last year. Yeah, so I want you to look at April of 2021. It was bad. It was one of those Aprils that we got destroyed. To see two in a row, you know, we're talking probabilities here, right? A lot of this is probables, right? How probable is it that you have, if you were to look up a chart of April's performance year over year, like every April, how do we do? And you start to see how many profitable Aprils we have, how many negative we have, and then how many do we have twice in a row? It's rare that you have like 2, 3, 4, 5 bad Aprils. There is an aspect to this too where institutions get tired. Like, I want you to know that, like, tired. Like, we're selling this market, and you have your people that work for you selling this market, and then you take a break from it. We're going to ease off for a minute. We have nobody left to sell into. So you could see a time period where we don't sell this market. You take a vacation, take a summer off. You guys know what those are like, right? And let's say we're not in a real bull market, but kind of some kind of fucked up bull market. Like some kind of like mutated bull market for this year. But if you've been in a bull market, like a summer, everyone's taking vacation. You'll see the market trade sideways. You'll be nodding out with me in stream. I'll have to put up like a swinger, not a swing, but like a, what are those things called? Like they're I don't know what they're called. Like fucking old sailors used to use them. Like a hammock. And you'll be nodding off in the middle of the daytime day trading the SPY because it's so slow, like the dog days of summer. People nodding off in the middle of like FinTwit. You'll see guys like they'll be like posting on FinTwit, and then they disappear, and then they come back and they go, "I'm sorry, I nodded out and took a nap." Now trading R1 397.93, blasting through right now. 2:38 in the afternoon, squeezing higher to 398.01. Big green balls on right there. Big green balls. Sellers being squeezed. 397C is trading $1.22, but I'm not in them. I'm flat right now. Took my money and ran. You know, so any kind of strength you're going to see selling into this week, you should see it. Anytime we get up to like 406 around there, you should see it. There is potential with that collar, though, that we trade 410, believe it or not. 410 or 4100 for SPX traders. Winky's giving an update too. John Haggerty's looking to short this. Let's look at it. It's 2:39 in the afternoon. Let's take a look at the market for the week. Spend some time up here. You can see some supply coming in right now into the market. Let's look at the rest of the week here, though. Let's take a look at what we're expecting this week. Okay. So just some insight here, okay? What do we see above? Right? For just this week, end of quarter, we've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday right here, right? Now, under normal circumstances, under normal circumstances, on a higher time frame, I'd be telling you, yeah, we're going to the moon. We're going to go print 420, 430. This being end of quarter, I'm going to expect something like just like this, right? Sell into some strength here, buy some dips down here, right? That kind of stuff. Something like that. You see that? Just like selling into strength, taking some profit, NVDA profit, Tesla profit, whatever it is you want to, or Apple profit or whatever. Something like that, right? And I'm going to expect something weird like this, right? Market's going to corkscrew right into the end of quarter here. They're going to park this shit. That's what I think. Now I can be proven wrong.
That's $78.12.
I could be wrong here.
$3.13 or 4.17%.
No, we don't corkscrew. We've had some quarters where we blast, like last minute finagling or whatever. But for right now, in a Friday and a quarter, something like that. So we got a 15-minute chart. Down here, true range. Right up there, some true range right up there. And then some true range right down here. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Squeeze up here, 406. Squeeze to 410 up there. Big old squeeze, take profit, window dressing, come back down on a Friday, 394, 400, somewhere in here. Something like that. Bought the dip, bought the dip, bought the dip, bought the dip, bought the dip. Selling into some strength back over here. Probably going to sell this right here. And then here's where the bombs come in, right? This is where the hedging comes in. Bam, slams it down. Bam, slams it down. Bam, slams it down. It's like just some rolling over, right? Comes back up, comes back up, comes back up. Setting up for a week of it's volatility, but it's volatility based around positioning. Yeah, just up in here. Sellers here, sellers here, sellers here. Sellers here, sellers here. Dip buyers in here. Bears trying to get a roll in here, right? Bulls are like, we got to wait and see what happens. Get that 420 out of the way. Meanwhile, lots of volatility above, right? If you're a bull, what are you looking for? You're not looking to mess around with this. You're looking for that retest. Take that long, right? So is there a trade for bulls heading into the weekend? Probably fucking not. Even if you get through this nonsense up here, you still want to be proven right. Like, this is the money trade right here. Otherwise, it's just sell the rip down below. Finding where the positioning is. Might even be something where for us to go up, we get the roll, then the bounce up higher. Right? So it's tough. Like, intraday stuff you can do, but heading into this shit show that we have. Tagged R1. We know support right now is sitting down here, right? We know the triggers are down below, so this is supportive. I don't know why that's not coming up on my charts, but I want you to see that. It's a 5-minute chart. Right, you know that all this is going to be volatile. You know this is all volatility above. And you know that if you're a bull, that you don't want to be trapped in here. You want to see the breaking of this, the successful retest of it, and that we're going higher over here. This is all volatility, and this is going to be used by participants to hedge the market. Like, if you're looking for a place to hedge, this is a pretty good place, right? With a if you up here, if you can get some kind of a putback spread, And if we do go higher, you're going to print the putback spread for free. And that's where your R2 is, R3, natural selling places in the market. Let's look above and see where supply is. Oh, there it is right there. Whoop, there it is. That's that 410. I want you to be aware of that up here, okay? So you see this right here? That's my concern, is that one right there. Like, this one is hiding in the background. If you wanted a bull squeeze case at some point this week, it's right there. You can see it. It's just sitting up there waiting. If you're a bear, this concerns me. It's up there. It's hiding up there. If you're like a bear, if you're a patient bear, there is a chance we go up there. That 410 that's up there, man, I'm like, I keep looking at that one and I'm like, what they could do is fucking wait until Friday. They just rip that shit right up into 410 on ES and on SPX. And that's where you should have taken a short. I no guarantee we go there, but I don't like that it's sitting up there. That's like a greedy, patient bear. It's up there, though. I know it's there. I see it. If you want the best position, like teeing off from the top, 410. 410 and ES. A very liquid bear. You want the exact price? You'd have to. I haven't done the math this week yet. I usually do the math. The difference between SPY and ES. You can easily you just take 410 and, or you see what the price of or where we are right now currently, and just minus that from SPY, and you can get the ratio. It's usually between $1 and $3, somewhere in there. Breaking through R1 right now, trying to return to the scene of the crime on the open this morning. 398.58. Yeah, Jimmy Barry's saying, I've got 410, 415, 420, 430, and then if they really want to be pricks, 460, then crash. Yeah, Barry, on the upside, I see the same thing, man. We already tagged 420, so it's 430, 460 up next, right? Or do we leave that one, we left that one gap behind that we went up there, closed the gap, then left a gap, right, on the upside? And 460 is on the table, too. I've measured that move. We've been talking about that move for what? How long have we been talking about that, Jimmy? Past fucking 2 months or 3 months, right? That was the cup and handle that turns into the inverse head and shoulders, right? As it gets validated, you get 460 measured on the inverse head and shoulders, I think. I think this quarter end matters for that to play out still. Fuck yeah, you can. Whenever you want. Whenever you like. Whenever you want, brother. Yeah, I don't have bias either. I want to see like positioning, even for that kind of a move. I want to see positioning. Let's go back and look at what was it? Pins. DG still selling down, right? Or no, it isn't. No, DG's just holding itself. DG's still looking good. I still don't like it over time. Let's look at DG real quick. Let's go back and look at DG and see if it can, because I said I was bearish on it. Yeah, I'm bearish from, I'm still bearish on DG. I'm bearish at, resell DG at 215.26 and 220.27 and then 229. Though it is bullish right here. Like for the moment, DG is bullish. If you were asking about DG earlier, if DG can stay above 206.33, 206.33, if you can stay above, there is a trade to 215.36 somewhere in there. So like intraday, bullish DG, overall bearish. Pins we looked at earlier. I like pins. We should look at pins. Let's look at pins really quick because someone asked about it. And I promised that I would do it. Pins. I like the stonk to an extent. It looks like it's done, right? It's beautiful here, right? I like that it's consolidated sideways. There's a ton of work to do on pins. I like the stonk. You should see though rejection on $30.68. But even with that said, if you're able to get above, just call it $30. If you're able to get above $30 and you do some more consolidating, I think pins has a lot of room to move higher here. I do like it. On a smaller time frame, it's right here. So if you're trading pins, as long as it stays above its hourly price target above $30. With that said, though, it's going to need its daily, its weekly, its hourly. It's got a lot of squeeze potential here. But I'd really like to see it I'd like to see all these things come up here, come up here, come up here. Consolidation, smash, breakthrough, and then come back down to earth at $30 for some real moves higher. $30. Price action at 30 is going to be critical. I like it though. I like buying lows on it. I like just buying these lows. Very simple. Pins, easy ticker to trade. This reminds me of SE back in the day. Nice, easy trading on this. Pinterest doing really good. If you're not long pins, if you get this rejection here, you'll be looking to grab it again down at like $25, $24. And again until you smash above this $30. And this might have to come down to help you too. Like if you get rejection here, you can actually get some help with the monthly and get a squeeze even lower at $25. So if you don't get it right now, over time you could get it coming into April. I like pins. You see the difference here in pins versus. Let's do pins. Just look at the setup on pins. Right, that's a nice setup. Right, consolidation, trying to break higher. I like this pin setup. And then when I look at DG, what does that look like? This looks like the start, right, of the rollover, doesn't it? So not that there isn't like a trade higher on DG, but you get the squeeze higher here, but that's the move right there. That's the move right there. This is where the money is right there. This is where the money is. Whereas the flip opposite, Pinterest is looking like the move is higher on pins, right? Yeah, it looks like Pins is making a market. It looks like DG is trying to sell to make a new market. See if we can get some capitulation into this bell. Keep your eyes on any of the news out there. Make sure that they're not going to try to sell us down here. All morning they've been harping on Fed swaps once again. Show hike more likely than not for May. Nice squeeze higher now, trading 398.12. Trying to close the gap above here. Let's bring this back for you. Trying to close the gap, the sell above. Targets above 398.59, 398.92. Yeah, I think that they front ran DG. I think they front ran it. I think they front ran DG and now they're taking profit. And they're going to sell right into everybody thinking that it's going to go up because they're coming into a recession. That's what I would do if I was a bank. I'd front run the shit out of it and then I would sell into you. That's what I would do. I'd front run the upcoming recession, run it the fuck up, and then once we come into the recession, I'd sell right into the entire recession. I'd unload all these bags right into you. Also this week, we have coming up, let's go over the economic calendar for the rest of this week. Tomorrow we've got advanced U.S. trade balance and goods, advanced retail inventories, advanced wholesale inventories. Got the Case-Shiller home price index at 9. Now that's all at 8:30, and then at 9 we got Case-Shiller. Got the home price index, FHFA home price index. Got U.S. consumer confidence at 10. We've got Barr testifying to the Senate on banks at 10 a.m., so we'll turn that on tomorrow and listen to it. Wednesday, we've got U.S. pending home sales at 10 a.m. We've got Barr testifying again to the House on banking. Thursday, March 30th, we've got the GDP scam, second revision. We've got claims on Thursday at 8:30 in the morning, continuing claims at 8:30. We've got Collins speaking. We've got Barkin speaking at 12:45 on Thursday. And then Friday at 8:30 a.m., we've got personal income, nominal, and spending. We've got big bad boy PCE index, core PCE index, PCE year over year, core PCE year over year. Chicago Business Barometer, Michigan Sentiment. We got the Williams speaking at 3:05, and then we've got Cook speaking at 5:45 p.m. and Governor Waller speaking at 10 p.m. Then next week, we have ISM manufacturing at 10. That's a big one. 10 a.m. on Monday, the 3rd. And then we've got construction spending at 10 as well. We've got factory orders at 10 on the 4th, jobs openings on the 4th at 10. ADP Wednesday, ADP, man, 8:15 U.S. trade balance. Then we have ISM services at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. We got claims on Thursday. Big week next week. We've got initial claims on Thursday, continuing claims on Thursday, and Friday we got an unemployment report. So big week coming up next week. Sounds like they're going to want to pump this up for that vol, right? Now trading 398.19, squeezing higher right now. That 410 is on deck, isn't it? Whole bunch of vol next week. SPY pump room, baby. Now trying to trade higher. Tag 398.59, 398.92.
Chances are better than 50-50 that we're done with hikes.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Sweller's getting left behind here.
TickStrike.com.
Turn up slow danger. SEC has joined the chat. Thanks, Deckhand Dougie. Gunlock's on. He's someone you want to listen to. I like listening to him. Can you give us an update as to what he's saying on ESPN, on CNBC? SPY grind room right now going on. Hard grinds into this close. Solidus is saying 4090 on ES tomorrow. John Klopp saying, "Oh yeah, I closed my BAC calls this morning for a small gain." Yeah, I'm long a bank right now, so I'm with Winky on the banks in the short term. A little bit of a rollover here. Liquidity break in the SPY. I'm flat right now if you want to know. This isn't going to shock me here either. As we head higher, it's not going to shock me to see large liquidity breaks as we head over into Friday.
Double lines Gundlach adds that I think the recession is here in a few months. So this is a double line Capital's Gundlach currently speaking on CNBC.
Gunlach saying he's expecting the chances we are done with hikes is better than 50-50, saying the recession is here. Should I put it on for you guys to listen to? So you can hear it. I'll put it on.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So we're hearing a lot about the financial system sound and all that. But, in the United States, we've had such a different movement in the bank sector over the past, I'm talking back 20 years really, or at least to 2005, where the U.S. banks, if you look at Bank of America, it went all the way back to its high, or nearly to its high back in 2005, 2006. JP Morgan, way above the highs global financial crisis. Wells Fargo, same thing. But you look at Credit Suisse, and they never recovered from the global financial crisis. They were still down like 90%.
This is that repricing I was talking to you about earlier.
And that's the same chart pattern that we see on Deutsche Bank, and it's the same chart pattern that we see on Societe Generale. They're all down from their highs.
So I want to talk to you about this real quick. What he's saying here is you don't see them recover in price.
SG 85%, and now they're raising interest rates. So it seems to be that there's obvious financial fragility in Europe, and the United States is also trying to cause a recession. And we've seen what's happened to the financial system with the fact that the Fed really was too slow. We talked about this a year ago. You remember Painter get off the ladder, Judge, and the Fed should have raised rates much faster, and instead inflation came, and it's not really the Fed raising rates that
So if you get this, if you get a repricing on certain like individual tickers, you're probably safer. My point in that post on Twitter was probably safer buying the S&P 500, like actually buying it and then hedging it with a
because the Fed wasn't fighting it. But if the Fed's going to fight
with a ratio spread, rather than individual tickers that are at risk of being repriced
in fact, that's their
in that move lower.
Remember, it was I think it was Clubber Lang. I think one of our last interviews I said it was Apollo Creed. It was Clubber Lang in the Rocky series who predicted pain, and that's what Jay Powell did last fall, and he's continued to deliver on that prediction.
So the market is now suggesting you got a 50% chance of a May hike. Now you're saying, it seems to me that if they go again, we risk more problems within the system, be it the banks. Some worry about commercial real estate, but overall, that they are going to continue to
support
manufacture issues within the economy if they continue on this path, like they suggest they are.
If they continue on this path, the gap between what you can get on T-bills and what you can get in the banking system will grow.
I'm going to interject here just for a moment. I want you to know that into this close here, there are 386,000 calls at 398C.
Past 10 days or so, is the long rate.
They likely won't allow these to print. Not always, but sometimes they do. Just want you to be aware that as we come into this close,
treasuries have contracted.
There's 400,000 calls here at 398. So they would be in the money.
Are being helped by long-term interest rates.
So if we trade up here and close up here, someone's going to own a bunch of the SPY.
At the long end, they just seem too low. The 10-year Treasury just can't break through 337 on a closing basis.
Just a heads up. I don't think anyone's going to want to own this. Maybe. I know that there's a lot of traders that are like, I don't mind owning it. Just a heads up that we've got 398C, 387,000 contracts.
Treasuries as a hedge to credit, and I continue to advocate that as a strategy, and I would continue to move in that direction if we get more towards 390 or so on the 10-year from the level that we are today, which is about 3.5.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, when some say, look, inflation is obviously still bad, and I know you point to, a direct cause and result of, the Fed starting too late and then going too fast, which is why SVB, in your estimation, had the bulk of its issues. I mean, there are those who would say it was more mismanagement than anything else, not hedging out risk, the positioning.
I think they were a victim of their own success. They had the bad luck of having a deluge of deposits coming in because of the distortions in the economy in 2021 when there was no interest rates. And so what are you going to do? I mean,
if you're looking for a dip to buy on the SPY, I'm going to give you 3 targets to buy.
Was zero on shorter-term securities. So
396.33, 395.90.
You can't buy treasuries and hedge out their interest rate risk and earn greater than the T-bill yield.
Or if price can get above 397.74.
You have to mark those to market. And so you have a mismatch from the accounting perspective. But if they hadn't gotten all those deposits in, or if they got them in now, like might be happening to some of the money center banks, it's a pretty easy way to earn carry. If you're a bank paying out 25 basis points and your securities, you can buy T-bills yielding 4.5. I mean, they're matched. It's sort of a money machine. So that's pretty good for the money center banks. Obviously, this is an uneven stress on the system at the present time.
I mean, I know we're sitting here talking about the possibility of more hikes. You, in fact, think that we're going to see cuts. You tweeted the Fed will be cutting, quote, substantially soon. What does substantially mean in your mind, and how many times will they cut this year, do you think?
A couple of times, I think, and I think when I wrote that tweet, we were kind of in the teeth of which bank is going to go down next. And that was consistent with the 2-year Treasury dropping 150 basis points from its high yield. And it's relaxed somewhat, but it's still down a lot.
I'm on a 1-minute chart right now.
10, and now it's at 4%. So it's still a big drop. So I think that the Fed is not going to raise interest rates unless, for some reason, the 2-year Treasury rate starts to go back up. But I just don't see it because the world has woken up to this gap again. I think this is really critical, and people are talking about it, but it's probably even more important than is generally believed.
Double line
This
skin
gap
lax says the
between,
Fed
again, the
will
2-year
not raise
Treasury,
rates until
if you just
2-year
want
goes
to
back up.
get that for 2 years, 4%, and what you're getting at a money center bank or a GSIB is just enormous, and it's going to keep downward pressure, I think, on the 2-year, and also that is going to keep the pressure on the Fed not to be raising short-term interest rates further. Also, the economy is just clearly weak, and I think everybody knows that. Even the Wall Street economists that are kind of trained to be looking for green shoots and everything, almost everybody realizes there's a recession coming. It's just a question of how severe it's going to be. And as a bond manager, it doesn't make any difference because, frankly, whether it's raining a half an inch an hour, you need an umbrella if it's raining half an inch an hour. So if it's not that bad of a recession, you still need an umbrella. And if it's raining 2 inches an hour, well, you still need an umbrella.
We bought TLT. We want it to squeeze.
I'm strongly committed, as I talked about in past appearances.
We demand that it squeezes once this year.
About 18 months, that when we get back up in long rates, which I expect should happen.
We've been buying the fuck out of TLT. We want it to squeeze at least once this summer, please.
Because as we've seen through this period of turmoil, they do act as a ballast against credit markets, which have been wobbling a bit. And Scott, I'd like to talk about the message from the credit markets because it's a little bit wonky. Most people, because it's wonky, don't have visibility into it. The high yield bond market is shut down. There hasn't been a high yield bond issue since March 2nd. And what's happening in the high yield bond market is what we call spread decompression. In other words, the spreads on the junkier stuff, the triple C's being the lowest rated, the spread on those has widened pretty substantially versus double B's, which is the highest quality in the junk bond universe. And that's showing signs of continued instability, or at least should be watched, as that spread is a real.
You want to get a fat print on high quality bonds, baby.
System, and it's not looking really good. So that's something that we're really watching.
He's like, make sure you've been buying the dips on TLT since the start of the year. We're gonna get a print.
Or such types of securities, because the default rate is going to go up. We've seen the banking lender standards change very substantially. They've done it again. That leads default rates in the lower tiers of credit, particularly the junk bond market, by about 8 months to a year. And we're right at that point, and the conditions are getting tougher. So I think you want to be in middle tiers of credit, hedging it with long-term treasuries, and the market has been very generous to be able to put those trades on. Markets have been very range-bound. You showed that chart of the S&P 500, and it's with 4,000. It's been in a range for a long time. I mean, do you know
say it, dude. Gunlock. Everything I've been telling them, Gunlock. They're not listening to me, man.
On price, forget about dividend.
They're not listening to me.
For the last 2 years, I think
tell them
that's actually slightly negative. I think one of them is up very slightly, and one of them is almost exactly at zero. So no gains in 2 years. Of course, that's been better than bonds, as we talked about in past discussions. But we're really in a trading range. Yields are in a trading range too right now. If you look at the 30-year Treasury yield, it's coiling. It's been going into a narrower and narrower range, and I think it's going to break out to the upside.
Do you think that as a result of the banking crisis that we just exhibited, that if we have a recession, it's going to be worse than you would have otherwise thought before? I ask you that question in the context of what Ian Shepherdson of Pantheon.
My fear here is that it's extended. It's not recession. It's like this really bizarre, like, it's going to take like 5 years to get married, to have broken down lawn equipment and a broken down truck. People that age out of their homes. It's like this mutated weirdness. It's not really like a recession.
I think that if we have a recession against this financial system, I think
it's like this really mutated thing.
Act very dramatically, and we've seen in the past few recessions that it's always more deficit spending.
People got 0% rates on mortgages. They got brand new trucks. They got brand new houses. They got jobs. Fed saying they're going to support jobs. Like this all points to like sideways for like fucking 5 years.
And we've seen the effect of that. That we seem to have crossed the Rubicon. That we've done this long enough that it's going to be difficult to keep going. And also, the other thing that's looming, and this is really important, is that the entitlement programs need to be reformed, and it's not our grandchildren's problem anymore. The Social Security trustees themselves admit that they're out of money in 9 years, assuming no recession.
Now that is
by 11 years.
This is a key point.
We'd have to cut benefits by 20%.
I agree with this.
Of course, we're going to have a recession, at least one in the next 9 years.
They will likely be the reason for that recession to kick in. If we run hot for 5 years, you're going to see retired folk that aren't going to be able to keep up. They could be the I agree with this to a point.
That there's a growing acknowledgement, at least around the edges of the political population, the politicos, that they realize that
if you do get that that debt cycle end, the end of debt cycle in this whole thing, this whole disaster that we have, you'd have to keep inflation just high enough to price those people out.
Quite inflationary. I think we talked about this last time 2 weeks ago. When forced to choose, they're going to give up the inflation fight to take care of a growing unemployment problem and a growing economic divot.
I agree to some of this
because they always do.
Let's leave the first segment there and take a quick break.
That's a fair point. I like that point.
Back. We'll talk some strategy, more of it with Jeffrey Gundlach on the other side. And let's get to our Twitter question of the day while we're at it. We want to know, do you think the Fed will cut rates this year?
Let me turn that off for a minute. That was a pretty good interview. I don't disagree with some of what he said, because if you're going to look for where the crack is, it probably is with older folks. And their not just pensions, like their retirements. So I spent into a 401k, or I took an early retirement. And if they can't keep up, they could be that last waterfall that a bear is looking for. But dude, if they're going to support if this whole, we've talked about this with politics in the election cycle, and this whole we're doing the 1950s, 1970s again. How long does that last? Specifically how Fed Chair Powell came out in the last rate decision meeting, and that it's looking like with the support of banks, and it'll end up being commercial-backed securities, mortgage-backed securities. You're going to see the support there. You're going to see commercial real estate get supported. That just extends all this shit. It's going to be a weird recession. It's going to be a weird one. It's going to be a one where a lot of people will get by very well, do very well for themselves. You really need them to it's going to take time. Yeah, I think Dems can be doomed too. I can agree with that. It would be a no-brainer to come out and just pump this shit, right? Have a Reagan guy come out and run for president, make all kinds of stupid promises. We're all living with inflation. That would be the other flip of that coin, right? You hold off long enough to give the legacy to people that did this stuff, and then replace everybody in the next election cycle. We've talked about that extensively too. Because you're gonna have these older people that are gonna go vote. They vote, and they're gonna vote to keep their money. A little bit of selling here into this close right now. We know we've got 398s. A bunch of 398s. Not going to want to print those, or if they do, they're going to try to wear them down until we get into this close. We're in this really weird place. You kind of have to write it all out. We talk about it on the show all the time, and I'm like, it's kind of complicated. Well, it's not complicated, but it's like we're gonna. The whole thing, we're gonna support people to be working, right? Check. We're gonna force people to work. If you're poor, you're gonna pay for this. You're gonna pay to support the banks. You're gonna pay to support, that commercial real estate. You're gonna be supporting that too. And until we get all that back, all that shit supported, just work your ass off, and then we'll do the rug pull down the road. Or you're gonna accept inflation. Well, your eggs are never coming down, but an election cycle will fix that for you. It's really fucked up. If you're like young and you're looking for, hey, we're marching towards the road of doing the right thing, you kind of got the shaft this past couple weeks. You really did. You got the shaft. If you're older, you're likely they're going to extend you getting the shaft. So it'll be like long and painful. But I don't know that it's like a normal recession. Like the mechanics aren't right for the normal recession. It's going to take longer. And then that brings up the war, that brings up war too, right? It brings up the reality of if there is a real war in this country. You would expect that if we stay the course. I think they pin it. I'm going to bet that they pin like 397, 98, or 99 or something crazy into this close. The only other risk that I would say there is to bulls here is just be careful for like sell side pajama traders. They can't get it under during the daytime. Like they can't get underneath this during the daytime. They slip it under at nighttime. So maybe a better dip to buy tomorrow morning. Just be conscious of that. Let's look at what the positioning is for tomorrow. There's 398C. There's 100,000 contracts. Oh, there's some, dude, there's a whole bunch of puts. And a whole bunch of calls for 29th. I got to look on SPX right now and check SPX's positioning. Let me do some stuff in the background here. Yeah, these fucking bears, man. They're buying puts again. You keep buying puts, bears, and this shit ain't crashing. Fucking bears, man. Keep buying puts. Just keep on buying puts. Just keep on buying. Let me see here. Let me look. Keep on buying puts. I'm going to grind this shit way higher. Just keep on buying puts. Just keep doing it. We're going to squeeze higher and keep doing that shit. One of the so intraday stuff, it's implied vol because that shit doesn't get counted. Ooh, yeah, man.
Gundlach says expect economic data to be weak.
IWM looks like it's going to rip faces off into this bell. Maybe we get a gap up in IWM, huh?
This is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
IWM's looking good. 1, 2, 3 day 3-bar trade on IWM. 3-bar trade going on in IWM. One good day, another good day. Tomorrow, gap IWM tomorrow. 1 bar. SPY, man. If SPY can get this close up here, SPY could gap up tomorrow. All right, maybe I'll buy some calls. Hold on a second here. SPY could do a gapper tomorrow. 27th, 28th. 400. Only 75 cents. Man, there might be a trade here tomorrow for a gap up higher. I don't know if it's IWM or SPY that does better. Do we get that gap up on SPY tomorrow? Kind of pinned into this close. I wonder if I just buy the dip on the open tomorrow and SPY. Might just be something better to buy the open tomorrow and SPY. Like buy the fucking open on SPY or buy the close today. I'm interested in some calls for tomorrow. My initial thought here is to just buy them right now. But I'd really like to fucking buy them down here. Or even the open tomorrow. Yeah, I agree, Jimmy. I'm not in them right now. I should have grabbed them just then, and I didn't. I'm looking at the 400 Cs for tomorrow. Market's squeezing, and they're going down right now. Yeah, there's like this weirdness for tomorrow. Like, you just get the gap up overnight and be done with it and you're left behind. Or it's like a roll in the overnight and then the real trade's higher. I just bought some calls, so I don't like the idea of these calls here not closing in the money. So I just bought some for tomorrow. My assumption is I'm going to have to buy these things 2 or 3 times. I might have to buy them 2 or 3 times. So like they're like here and then fucking maybe the open tomorrow. I can't tell if it's like down here or if it's the open tomorrow. I added some though. I'll let them kick around in the background. I'll tell you 2 things here. I added some calls in here. I'm gonna be looking to add some, maybe even higher strike. If we roll down in this close here, we'll be looking to buy some more, maybe just more in the money shit like 395. And and if we sell off in the overnight, I'd be willing to buy the open tomorrow too. There's a 3-bar trade here, right? IWM's showing a 3-bar trade. SPY, depending on this close, is showing a 3-bar trade. If the close is higher, you'd get the 3-bar trade in tomorrow.
Imbalance currently sitting at 38 million to the sell side.
The one thing I don't like here is the all the calls that are sitting up here in the money. It's the only thing that I see that's bad, or what's bad to it. So I'm long here tomorrow. Yeah, you might have to DCA or something. There's some risk here for sure. But even with the risk, the payoff is probably gonna like whatever cuts are in here. There's probably a payoff, whether it's today or tomorrow. Keep an eye on it. If it rolls too much, I'll cut them loose. So just if you're going to follow me on this trade, you shouldn't. Number 1, this is not financial advice. Number 2, do your own due diligence. Number 3, consult a financial person, financial advisor. Now for myself, what I'm doing here is I'm long into this close. If it rolls over, I'll cut loose and try to buy down here after the close or something. and I'll hold a position overnight. If those burn, I'll just buy the open tomorrow. There's a trade here. There's a 3-bar trade here for sure. There's a 3-bar trade. There's a 3-bar trade firming up in here. So on the SPY. If you don't know what a 3-bar trade is, on daily candles. Let me look at SPY daily real quick here in the background. Not quite green yet. We'd need the green close here. You'd need the green close here. I need the green close here. If these by the way, it's 3:32. I want to say a couple things. I want to say a couple things out there. Number one, I want to say thank you to Sloth Wonder that followed on Twitch. Low Key Smasher followed. Mr. Driver subscribed. Rob Jesse 1979 subscribed. Kimba PM followed. Bite Guru followed. Terrafart 37 followed. Ken B subscribed. Reggie subscribed. Easy and ATX followed. Donk followed. E-Trade and Shorts, man. I want to say something. Thanks for supporting the channel, man. You're a consistent supporter of the channel. I want you to know that every dollar helps, man. And the donations have gone down a lot recently. I don't know why, but I just want to say thanks for continually supporting the channel. Danny 3413 followed on Twitch. He did that yesterday. And then 2 days ago, Sig Thompson followed on Twitch. So I want to say thank you to anyone that supports the channel, anyone that talks or talks to their friends about this on social media. If you talk to your friends about the channel, I really appreciate that too. J Didio 3 followed on Twitch just now. So if you're like telling your friends about the channel and the stream, I appreciate it. If you're new to the stream, just stick around for a week or two, and you'll get rolled into how we talk here. The stories, we overlap them, so we'll build upon a story over time, and you'll get comfortable with what we're talking about over time. If you are looking for what else we do, we have a Discord. I'll put a link to that in the chat of both streams right now for you in a few moments. Find me on Twitter. It's CaptainJimJames. Just Google search me. You can find me on Twitter. I have a private sub as well called at Captain's Alpha. But if you just follow that, I'll let you in to that handle. And then we're developing a website right now. It's under development. And it's got all these tools that we use here on that site for you as time moves forward. This is all user-supported, all community-generated content. All the moderators are donating their time. I donate my time. You'll never see me asking you for money behind the scenes. No phone calls for me, no emails, none of that kind of stuff. This is all community supported from top to bottom. I want you guys to try to be nice to the people inside the Discord, or try to find a solution if you see where improvements can be made. So if you're one of those people, like earlier, someone was saying, hey, I got put in timeout, just say something to one of the mods privately and say, hey, I didn't mean to break the rules. How do I stay within the rules? Maybe I can help with how to restructure so that other people don't break the rules. This is all community supported. So it's not like everyone's getting checks in the background. We're all learning how to grow this community as it does grow. We expect large growth here in the coming month to 2 months. You're going to see an explosive growth. You want to be a part of this group from the beginnings, right? There have been people here that have been following for 2 years. And these people have been around here helping day in, day out, day in, day out. And when we see that growth, when we launch this website and we see that growth, try to be integrated before then. You want to be a trusted partner, a trusted trader in the group, so that we know that when we grow, that we can lean back up on you for your insight and for your help to wrangle in these new followers as they come in the next month or two. Just have some patience. And if you're new joining us, join the Discord. Find us on FinTwit. If you don't have any friends out there in real life, or real trader friends or investor friends, just say something inside the chat. Say, hey, I want to get connected, or in Discord, or I want to get connected on FinTwit. All these people are trying to help each other out and to make money inside of this market. So I'm going to put a link right now into the live stream chat for Discord. Unless you guys have already done it. I wasn't paying attention to my Discord. Yeah, some dumping into this close. Not to be unexpected. We've got calls in the money above at 398. Not to be unexpected here. Calls are holding up right now. I'm only down 10 cents on calls for tomorrow, so I'm doing okay. Not as concerned with this right here. Fed's listening to the stream. Yeah, I don't think it's very rare that we get large concentrations of calls or puts that close in the money into the closing bell. It's rare. Doesn't happen too often. Yeah, it's almost gonna happen. We're gonna do a blanket. I don't know if we have or yet. It's Smart Man saying that he's not allowed in. I said we are going to do a blanket, allow everybody back into the Discord at some point here. No, the only thing so if I do one today, if I do a blanket reprieve today for anyone for Discord. How about, here's the deal. I'll give you a deal. For today, if I go in the Discord today and I do a blanket reprieve, if you're banned again, right? That's it. Done forever. Or no, you know what you can do? This will be the new rule. I'll give a blanket amnesty to everyone in Discord today. If you manage to catch a ban day one or even like this week, I'll set up a paid Discord for just those members. So you can pay to be in there and shitpost all day long. How about that? We'll do it that way. Because we'll make it simple. It'll just be paid. Not for everybody, just for the people that are banned consistently, consecutively over and over. Because I really do. I need the help in there right now. And I realize that some of you get banned without knowing the rules. I get that. Like, I understand that 100%. It's like the afterwards. Hey, look, man, I got banned and I don't want to get banned, right? I apologize. I didn't know the rules. What can I do to not offend or offend the rules or whatever? Or how can we do this so that I don't break the rules anymore? Try to be helpful, I guess, would be the key. And if you're just gonna, if that's not the case, not gonna happen, then we'll just you get to pay to be there. I'm assuming if you paid $300 to be there, you wouldn't break any more rules. I guarantee it. Pay like $300, $400, $500 or something like that to be there. I guarantee you're there seriously at that point. You guys understand what I'm saying? Yeah, if you don't do a blanket. Yeah, but the thing that I have to do is do that room. So I'll call your wife's boyfriend after the show, and I'll try to get that room designed today. So there should be a room that when you come into the Discord, you go into this room and you read everything first. You agree to it, and then you're allowed into the main rooms or whatever. And we don't have that right now. So I need to have like a room that if I let these people back in, they have to read everything and abide by the rules. So maybe it's going to take me a few hours It's probably going to take me 3 or 4 hours to get a room up and running for people to come back into the Discord. That people are still confused? They just don't want to agree to the rules. Yeah, you know, that's the thing is, like, if you're not agreeing to the rules, then this isn't the Discord for you. I got to be honest. Yeah, I got to be honest. And that would be like a permanent ban. And that would be the craziest part. Yeah, like I guess that's the thing is you'd end up getting a permanent ban. Yeah, Mr. Talking Monkey is saying, yeah, they do the read the rules to activate account entry. They just don't want to agree to the rules. Yeah, so I guess my question to you is, if you're watching or listening right now and you've been banned, do you think that if I unban you, you're not just going to get banned again and then it'll be permanent? Is that what you want? Just be banned permanently? Or I'm trying to figure this out here. I don't quite understand the yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, is it something where you just want to come in and I guess that's fine too. If you just want to come in to be like, yeah, fuck all of you, and I got banned. That's funny, I guess. Do you know what I mean? Well, I think maybe we have to clarify the rules. Like, I think I was in there last week and it seemed better. Like, it seemed like there's a bear den, there's a bull pen or something. There's places for Globex traders, futures traders. You know, the one thing I will say this. At some point, it's going to become a part of the package for the website. So I don't know what to say on that. I know in the background, I don't discuss this often, but when something is free, people take advantage of it. When you start to charge for people to be there, people take things seriously. It's this weird thing that people need to pay to take things seriously. And so, I mean, it's moving in that direction. We're going in that direction right now. Is there not a general conversation room right now? Or is there or isn't there? Is there like a daily thread or something that you can say whatever you want? Yeah, I'll have to look at it again. I'll have to look at it again today. Yeah. Like if I'm a futures trader, I just want to go in a futures room. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to tell you exactly. I've paid for these discords in the past, big money. And if I'm trading futures, I want to be in the futures room and I want to take it seriously. If there's like a main room that I can ship post in, I like that a lot. If I want to go, you know, if I can ship post in the main room, I like that as well. If I'm trading individual tickers, I want a serious room for that. If I'm trading the SPY or SPX or ES, I want rooms for that. And I'll be honest with you, when I've done that in the past, sometimes some of those rooms only have 3 or 4 people in it, 5 people, 10 people, and they're fine. I'm fine in those rooms with those people. Usually they're serious traders. They're trading with serious money, and they don't need like 300 people in a room to trade futures. You need like 4 or 5, 3 trusted people that you trade with. I'll look at it again tonight. I'll look at it with your wife's boyfriend's been doing a ton of work in the background, so I'll look at it tonight and see what we'll take a walk through and see. Maybe I'll sign up with a new account or something and see what my experience is like. Yeah, I agree, Hofstetter. Yeah, I'll look at it again tonight. We've been looking at it for the past few weeks. It's been a lot of work in the background going on. And, you know, the funniest part is that it's a free Discord. So my assumption is that the people that are working their asses off in there are being trampled over. That's my base case right there. That's what I think is happening. You know, people are in there spending time working on this stuff, and then there's no like, you know, there has to be like cooperation versus, you know, fuck that guy or that guy's doing this. You're part of the, like, you already know when you're part of the team or not, right? You know when you're like, well, I don't like that person, or I don't like this, and I don't like that, so I'm just gonna cause problems or trouble. Yeah, you know, like, so Nick S is saying your wife's boyfriend said he'd have rules months ago. Yeah, this kind of stuff right here is hilarious to read. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get I'm gonna have to have Quinn to seek out VPNs in there too. People refuse to use common sense and they come in here and bring it up, which derails the stream. Find that as a bannable offense to complain in live stream about Discord. Yeah, I don't like the complaining in chat about it. But you know, there's not gonna be like I'm gonna go to CaptainJimJames and like I'm gonna go to Dad and he's gonna overrule Mom or something like that either. But I think that I think that ultimately you give everybody one blanket, let back in one more time, and then we start banning them for the last time forever. And there's no more discussion from that point, right? And they've read the rules and that kind of stuff, and we've done what we were supposed to do on our end. Hear about the shooting in Tennessee? No, didn't hear about any shootings in Tennessee. Yeah, we have a 3 strikes out rule, timeout, pre-ban, ban. So has everybody here gone through a 3 strikes rule, out rule? Who just said do we have like 3 strikes out? What's this thing? We have 3 strikes out rule, timeout, pre-ban, ban. Did you guys all get that? Did you guys all get those 3 strikes or no?
Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 1.4 billion to the sell side.
Yeah, I agree with that, Lord Pente. 100%.
Market on close imbalance 1.4 billion to the sell side.
Mr. Unrealized Profits. Oh, trading down into the close, 396.44 right now into the daily trigger and weekly trigger. Just added to a position here. So I had 2 places to buy here, place above, place right here. And then I'm looking to buy the open tomorrow as well. Talked about futures traders trying to get it underneath this daily trigger. So I'm now long for 43 cents on 400C for tomorrow as well. 43 and 70 or something like that. You read what some of you guys are posting in the just if you don't know what you did wrong, it's just an unfair ban. Let me see, especially if no rules are posted. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through. You know what I might do here too is, you know what we could do? You know what we could do is we could reset the entire Discord I'll look at the room there. Like everybody come back in once more, fresh and clean, and we'll just start charging. That way everybody reads the rules. Everybody reads the rules. And then it's fairly simple. And then I can pay these guys to run the Discord. I'm going to keep it simple. That same Discord, you just get kicked out and you come back in. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in and what I'll do is I'll sign up for an account like a fake account, not a fake, but you know, like an account, and I'll enter the Discord. I'll like enter through an invite and I'll walk through the entire thing and see what it looks like and how the interaction is, that kind of stuff. And I'll try to change my user profile a few times to see what rooms have this and what rooms have that and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't think it's. I think there's a. I can see a lot of anger in the chat here, and I'm not sure if I don't not. Well, I shouldn't say I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's mods that are power tripping or if it's misplaced posting or something like that. I can't tell. No, I'm sorry. It's definitely it's going to be paid on the road. I guarantee it. One way or another, it's going to be part of the paid package. It doesn't stay free. No, it's definitely charged down the road. It's definitely part of the package down the road. It won't be free. I can guarantee it. Thomas. Yeah, I'm long hair into this bell. I'm actually green right now. I think I'm flat right now on my calls for tomorrow. Trading 51 cents on 400 Cs for tomorrow. Yeah, it's very difficult for mods. They don't have it easy. They work constantly. I spend this past 2 weeks. I've spent 10 to 12 hours working on the Discord with some of the mods and admins, and we're still not there and done yet. You know, while people go off and do whatever the fuck it is that they do in their real life. So I've got no care or anything for anyone that gets banned. I do have care for users in general, that they have a good, smooth user experience. They enjoy the Discord and that they get something from it. But I do have care for anyone that's back there moderating all day long, period, or adminning all day long. Disclaimer, I'm out here in California. Thomas, you're the best. Yeah, I'll see all you guys tomorrow. Yeah, just give me let me spend some time in here. Oh, they're still trying to sell me down to this bell. Look at these guys. You know what's hilarious about this is you know how this is working itself out here. You got all these future traders want to get underneath in an illiquid environment. They want to get underneath the daily and the hourly and the overnight here. So I might have to reset this trade tomorrow. They're not gonna you can't do this in cash markets, so they're gonna try to do it in the overnight here. Absolutely. Yeah, see all you guys tomorrow. As a beginner and likely also as a future subscriber of them, kick-ass indicators are very much appreciated as structured Discord such as laid out at the moment. I believe people in general won't read the rules, so I would suggest a verbal warning guidance before a ban, just a friendly suggestion. Yeah, like I think it's something where we're at a point where everyone needs to come back in, go into this one room that says, I'm going to read all these rules. But then when you enter, you know what the rules are, and you have a place that you can do things that you want to do. Like I'm not anti like, hey, I like to shit post about the market burning. I'm not anti anything that you want to do. I just want to give you a place to do it. Why was Winky's room removed? I don't think that it was. I don't know that Winky's room was removed. You might just not see it. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, we talked about this happening earlier. This is a futures thing right here. They're going to try to sell this down and try to get underneath 394 by open tomorrow. So you can't get it done in cash markets, so they're going to try to get it done right here by open tomorrow. Let me see what you guys are saying up here. Let me read some more what you're saying here. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. If we've got like maybe 3 or 4, maybe 10, if we even have 20 people that are upset with the rules in the Discord, it's fairly good. It's like we got like 1,200 people in there, so talking about 0.00001% of the community. It's a very small percent with a very loud concern. Yeah, okay, so Nick S. is saying you're in J-Roll's Discord. I think that is a great way to lay it out. So how much does J-Roll charge for his Discord, Nick S.? Nick S., how much does J-Roll charge for his Discord? Nick S., how much does the Discord cost for J-Roll? Answer in chat right now. Am I not going to get an answer to that? So $99 a month. Okay. Sweet. I like it. I want to use it as a baseline. So it's $100 a month. Okay. That's pretty good. What's 1,200 times 100 a month? $100 a month for J-Roll Discord. What is that? 1,200 people times 100. Woo! It's 120 grand a month. It's $120,000 a month. Woo! Uh, 12K. I'm sorry. I'm doing a year. 120K a year. I said a month. I meant a year. That's insane. No, we have 1,200 users. For the month it'd be 120 grand. It's $120,000 a month for 1,200 people. Not a year. No. We have 1,200 members in our Discord. 1,200. God damn, 120. What's going on in the after hours here? Sweet. It's $120,000 a month for a Discord. That's $1.5 million a year, something stupid. I bet I could pay a salary to everybody that's an admin or a mod. Insane. I bet you the mods would be really nice to you and answer every question that you have. You guys all have a great day. I'll be taking a look at the Discord tonight, and I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. That's insane money right there. $120,000 a month. Woof. See all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30. That's insane. I bet you the mods would like bend over and do anything you wanted. Oh yeah, I'm definitely